Please be seated.
Committee of the whole.
Thank you, honorable members. I would like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill number 21, Provincial Administrative Penalties Act. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered at this time? I see the honorable member for Edmonton-Rutherford has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to rise tonight to speak to Bill 21. Some of my comments this morning have been a little bit preempted by the conversations last night between myself and the minister at second reading of the bill, but now, or earlier in Committee of the Whole, perhaps. And so I will take just a brief time to kind of reiterate some of the comments so that I can give context to an amendment which I'll be bringing forward this evening. I think the overall comments that we have been making about Bill 21 is generally our overall support for the notion of taking any steps that we can take to reduce the incidence of drunk driving on the roads and reducing risk to people in both having accidents and fatalities. And are happy to see this kind of attempt to make a change move forward, and certainly appreciate that there's been work done to work closely with groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving to ensure that the efforts that are being put forward with support from the community, especially a community that cares so much and has done so much in this particular area. I know that I have expressed my thoughts yesterday about the fact that this particular model is one that's closely aligned with the BC model, introduced a few years back. So we have some ideas and some evidence about the potential for success in implementing this model, and I think it's also fairly consistent with lots about what we know that action taken directly and swiftly in terms of inappropriate behavior tends to be a good model in reducing that behavior. And I know that in the past we've seen that it's been cited that this model was correlated with a 36% drop in DUIs in the province of British Columbia and a 54% drop in fatalities, which is an incredible improvement. And so it's made everybody very excited. On the other hand, I did comment yesterday that statistics can be a funny thing. Particularly when they're presented in a singular manner of that nature, that there has been a drop, and I don't doubt that there's been a drop. But I also noted that if you look at the Stats Canada data on the issuance of DUIs, that since 1978, the number of, 1986, the number of DUIs has been going down across Canada. Fairly consistently. The graph line is one of those ones you just sort of love to see because it's kind of not in dispute. The trend line is consistent over many years and is consistent across provinces, and so we know that there has in fact been a decrease in the issuance of drunk driving charges in Canada. And there actually isn't anywhere on the graph where it demonstrates a particular drop in relationship to the introduction of this model in British Columbia. So it just leaves us wondering, are we seeing a good social trend based on the hard work of groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving and the commitment of so many citizens of the country to not drive after they've been consuming alcohol? Or are we seeing success of a model? And the evidence of a single stat doesn't prove that, because it doesn't separate compounding influences in the statistical analysis. And the only way that we can ensure that we in fact have a successful model is to be able to keep data that separates out those two influences, that looks at, is there a general decline in the very inappropriate behavior of drinking and driving overall? And if we can do that, if we can separate that out, there's statistical models and methods that can do that. But one of the things that would facilitate our understanding of the success of this model is keeping good data as we go along. Now, I've already made that argument, and I know that the minister has spent a moment to suggest that somewhere in the future there may be a discussion here in the House about the nature of data collection. And I think we can work together on that. I think it's a very important topic, and certainly would like to support the minister in the success of this project. So I'd like to add a little bit more on the data collection tonight, because one of the things that you've heard me talk about many times in this House, if you paid any attention to the things I've said, is the fact that statistics are a great place to find evidence of some kind of a systematic, differential application of a law. And that is that while the law remains exactly the same for all persons, it may actually have differential application to people based on a number of things. And last night I was suggesting, for example, in this particular case, the punishment of having your car removed if you happen to be in an oil and gas work camp 2 hours away from the closest town is a very different kind of punishment than it is losing your license in downtown Edmonton or downtown Calgary or any of the other cities in town where there's public transportation and so on. And so even though the law is consistent and is without prejudice in its design, it doesn't mean that its application has equal effect on the people involved. And one of the other areas that we know that we've been asked to seriously consider in this House by many members of the Black and Indigenous community is whether or not the laws that we bring into the House have a systemic bias against people of color. And again, they're not saying it's a first-order prejudice. That is a law that explicitly says it will be applied differentially to Black and Indigenous people. Rather, they're looking for the underlying systemic biases that just are inherent in laws from time to time, not because there's an intent to be prejudicial, but because of a variety of structural realities that it gets applied differentially. And we hear from members of the Black and Indigenous community fairly often, and I think all of us in this House can say that that's something that's been true, particularly under the Black Lives Matter and Indigenous Lives Matter banner, that their reality day to day is just felt to be very different than the reality of a white guy like me. I can say that every time I've been stopped, and it has been more than once, by a police officer, I deserved it. I knew what it was I was doing, and I appropriately got a ticket or perhaps a reprimand. But I know that there is a common saying in the Black community that they have the experience of being guilty of driving while Black. Meaning that they get stopped more often for reasons that don't seem to make sense, just because they somehow have been identified in the application of the law. And it's very frustrating. I certainly have never had a ID check walking down the street, but I can tell you Indigenous people tell me all the time that they have had ID checks just while walking down the street. And that's where we have to say, okay, there's a statistical method of identifying those underlying differential applications of law. And in this particular case, I think there is concern and there is fear amongst the Indigenous community and the Northern community and other identifiable communities that this law may be differentially applied to them because they are being stopped more often. And not stopped more often because their behavior is different, their behavior warrants that, but stopped more often because that is indeed the practice that they have experienced, that they do get stopped more often for these kinds of issues. And therefore, they are much more likely to be charged, even though their actual consumption of alcohol may not be any different than non-Black and Indigenous people, or their driving while under the influence of alcohol may not be any different than non-Black and Indigenous people. But the likelihood of their being stopped and therefore the likelihood they're being charged is differential. And so one of the things that we can do then is we can use the great advantage we have nowadays of keeping statistics and analyzing statistics to identify whether or not there is that kind of inherent structural bias. Simply by using the information to see, is there a differential? Is there a differential between a person who is Black, a person who is Indigenous, or a person who is non-Black or Indigenous in terms of the likelihood they're being stopped in the first place? And if they are stopped, is there a differential in what percentage of them receive charges versus what percentage of them are given a warning? So there's some great power in the use of statistics. We can use it to identify problems in terms of the application. We can use it to identify risk factors, and we can use it to identify new programs moving forward that will actually address the problems that have been identified in the analysis of the statistics. So as a result of all of that, I am here tonight to talk about the need to have data that collects information on who is being stopped, who has moved from just being stopped and given a warning or a check, moving from just being given a check to being given just a warning, to being given charges, to actually having their car removed. 4 different steps, all of which may be differential in terms of its application. And the only way we know that is we actually keep stats to do that. So on that, I have an amendment to bring forward this evening to ask that some data be gathered to allow us to do this important work moving forward. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We'll just give it 1 second for me to grab a copy of it and for the Government House leaders to get a copy. And if you could please read it into the record, and for the benefit of all those in the room, this will be referred to as Amendment A6. Please. Thank you,
Mr. Chair. So the amendment to Bill 21, Provincial Administrative Penalties Act, on behalf of the member from Calgary, Buffalo, move that Bill 21, the Provincial Administrative Penalties Act, be amended in section 4429 by adding the following immediately after the proposed section 88.1. 88.101, brackets 1, a peace officer who issues a notice of administrative penalty to a driver under section 88, 88.01, 88.02, 88.03, or 88.1 must immediately after issuing the notice record in accordance with the regulations, if any, the prescribed class of race or ethnicity of the driver. 2, on or before March 31st of each year, the minister must publish in a non-identifiable form all information recorded under subsection 1 during the calendar year that immediately preceded that year. 3, for the purpose of subsection 1, the minister may make regulations, A, prescribing classes of race or ethnicity, or B, respecting the manner in which a peace officer records a driver's prescribed class of race or ethnicity. So the intention here is just simply for us to know. to know some facts about the application of this law. And it's very important that we do that, because we know that people who are black, people who are Indigenous, have a different lived experience with regard to the application of the law. And they are asking us to work with them in a non-racist manner to help them to identify when those laws are differentially applied, so that we can work on the systemic underlying bias inherent in that differential application and resolve it, such that somewhere down the road we can quite clearly and happily say that the application of the law is equal and does not reflect the color of your skin. And I think that's something that all of us here in this House would love to see happen, and we just need to give ourselves the tools to do that. We just need to give ourselves the ability to identify when, in fact, there is a differential. Now, we can say that, no, we just expect all officers to be non-racist, but as I've identified before, it's not necessarily just about bad judgment on the part of officers. And that's something that we have to really be clear about this here. This isn't an investigation of police officers' behavior. This is an investigation of a systemic problem. And I know I've described this in my work with students in my social work classes, that they come into my classes and they often say to me that, I have no prejudices, I'm not racist, and I think I'll be a good social worker as a result. And then I say to them things like, tell me about how many of the friends that you have are people that would be identified as non-white people. And very often they go, well, I got lots. And I say, name them. And they go, well, there's that guy I see on Saturday every once in a while at the market. And, I'm being silly. But the point is that often, while they've made no overt prejudicial judgment and taken actual action to be differential, as it turns out, if they actually count their friends and say, in my inner circle, my 10 closest friends, what percentage of them are non-white? Very often the answer is 0. And they are often stunned at this little exercise in the classroom. And they're stunned because they did not make a choice to be racist. But what we're trying to teach them is circumstances have led you to such a situation that while you didn't make a racist choice, you made a differential choice. You made a differential choice based on who it is you sat next to in classes all the time. Well, you happen to sit next to the kids that kind of look like you and that you felt comfortable with when you first walked in the room, and you needed to find somebody to make yourself feel comfortable, so you sat by somebody who's the same age and same skin color, and other things that just naturally make you go, I think I can talk to that person. Whereas a gaggle of people who come from a particular ethnic community may sit together for the same reason. I want to be able to sit with somebody who I can chat to and talk about the theories in the social work class and that kind of thing. And so they may sit together. So I walk into a class as a professor of social work where we absolutely and adamantly say we must practice from a non-racist perspective, and find myself looking at a class where the 4 people who are identifiable in terms of skin color are all sitting together, and perhaps sometimes slightly apart from the rest of the class. And pointing that out to the students is shocking to them. That sometimes you actually have to walk into a class and say, I'm not going to sit beside the person who looks like me, is the same age as me, and probably is like me in a lot of ways, but I am going to go and sit beside the person who might teach me something new, who might inspire me to think differentially about the theories I'm about to learn, because they come from a different perspective. It requires an active, non-racist participation. And that's what this amendment does for us. This amendment gives us the chance to notice the class is split across race lines. In this case, the application of the law split across race lines. If we gather this data And we asked the police officers, just identify, is this an Indigenous person, is this a black person, is this a person from the Philippines, or some other identifiable marker? And then at the end of the year, we analyze the differences between the frequency of all of the aspects, such as the number of people that were stopped in the first place, the number of people that were given a warning, the number of people that were moved to charges, and the number of people that were convicted. And there is no statistical difference. Then good on us, we've done a good job, thank you very much. I must say, though, I really doubt that would be true. And the experience of Black and Indigenous people is such that they would tell us that they don't believe that would be true either. They think that the stats would say you have a statistically significant difference between Group A and Group B. And if you do, you actually got a small victory in the fact that you kept those stats. The small victory is that now you know you have an issue, you've identified a problem, and now you have the potential to identify the risk factors that led to that problem and to the pieces of resolution which will help you to eliminate that problem from the application of the law. So in this particular case, I'm just asking for the work of police officers to help us be non-racist. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Mel Woods has risen to debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to rise to add to the debate on Bill 21, the Provincial Administrative Penalties Act, on Amendment A6, which I believe we are currently on, which moved on behalf of the member from Calgary Mountain View by my colleague from Edmonton Rutherford, would allow the government to develop regulations to begin collecting really important race-based data, data that could then be used to analyze and identify any potential issues, or perhaps confirm that, that there are none, as the member from Edmonton Rutherford suggested could be a potential outcome. But I agree with his assessment that were we to talk to the experiences of Black and Indigenous people, that's not likely the end result we would see. And while I've risen in support of this amendment, I strongly wanted to encourage the government to consider support for this amendment. As I read it, it allows the government to take time to create regulations and comes into effect if those regulations are drafted, ideally in consultation with impacted communities, and then they would come into effect because it reads in accordance with regulations, if any, the prescribed class of race or ethnicity of the drivers. The reason that this amendment has been put forward today is because of the importance in the collection of race data, disaggregating that and learning from it. We've in fact seen a trend within policing systems across Canada over the last 10 years, 7 years, and with a specific focus and interest on it much recently with the rise of Black Lives Matter movement that we are seeing in this current moment in time, with what we've seen in police stops in our own province, just thinking of the example of Chief Alan Adams, making sure that we have the data and are facing the challenge in front of us of making sure that we are confronting systemic racism and systemic bias within our systems, within our laws, within our policing, I think is really, really important. And I would note, in support of this amendment, that the collection of race-based data is happening in a number of ways in other jurisdictions in different places. The Ontario Anti-Racism Act mandates race data collection for, I quote, to identify and monitor systemic racism and racial disparities for the purpose of eliminating systemic racism and advancing racial equity. So that's from a piece of legislation passed in Ontario specifically to address issues of racism and bias. The reason race data is collected is to help identify those statistical anomalies that the professor from Edmonton Rutherford has talked about a few times in this House, but also because race-based data has been shown to bring about reform. In other jurisdictions where they've collected this data, it often leads to change, particularly when that data is made public. And Alberta is actually known for its public dissemination of data. We have some really strong work through, I believe it's the Ministry of Service Alberta that leads it, in open data initiatives, sharing information and making that of use to programmers and others to be able to do analysis on it. And when we have that disaggregated race data, we will be able to see if there are disproportionate higher rates for Indigenous people, people of color. We will be able to see if that there is that differential application of the law happening in our province. And given the Provincial Administrative Penalties Act is being opened up in this very specific way, I think this amendment is an excellent opportunity to come across party lines and to support the equal application of the law and to support making sure that we are looking at the data that we need to and making the best decisions we can. Collecting the data will help quantify if there are any problems. And as part of the debate under Bill 21, I know members of my caucus have made this point. We have heard from some stakeholders who are concerned about that there may be less review of some of the stops that are being changed in this legislation. And so we had previously introduced some amendments that would have tried to guarantee some more opportunities for review of the cases that involved the most judgment by police officers. Those amendments did not pass. We are now here on A6. But that allows us the opportunity of this amendment to allow that race-based collection of data, because it is critically important for us to understand if police stops are done in an impartial manner or not across the province. Now, the amendment wouldn't, of course, solve the problem, but it might help us to understand an important aspect and take meaningful steps to address any issues of bias, any identified challenges we may have in our system, or to develop new programs. So I'm a really big fan of data-based decision-making. Having information, as much information as you can. In fact, I'm known as quite a nerd in my caucus, and the printer of things and the studying of things. The collection of race-based data, I think, would improve our province and improve this piece of legislation. I would note the discussion of race-based data has reached my attention not in the matter of policing, and I share this anecdotally, but in the COVID-19 response. There's actually quite a few groups that are calling for better collection of race-based data in COVID-19 diagnosis, exposures, as well as the impacts, the financial impacts of COVID-19 in our communities, because there is a lot of current commentary right now that there is a differential impact of COVID-19 in our society. I've certainly heard this probably more coming from in the United States, US-based news sources, but also I know several, actually a couple of unions are running campaigns at the moment to encourage government to include race-based data so that when we evaluate our COVID-19 response, we'll be able to look at how that response impacted different communities, because that impact, we know, can be different. And it's only through having those statistics and being able to look at and take that critical examination that we can truly identify what those systemic biases and differences may be and set about working to resolve. And I've heard from this government a commitment to anti-racism. They've made those statements in the House. I think this amendment allows an action to be taken, and it leaves the ball in the government's court to consult on and to develop regulations for how this would look. So I would suggest that the Opposition Caucus has presented the government with an opportunity to accept this amendment and to add some very positive measuring measures to this legislation. So I certainly support this amendment moved by my colleague from Edmonton Rutherford. I very much appreciate his comments on this topic, and at one point in his comments he made a joke about if people are listening to me, and I want to let him know that when he speaks in this House, I'm always attentive because I find it very informative, and I love that he's able to bring in his experience as an educator and in turn educate those of us here in the House through his remarks and bill debate. So I appreciate that, and I want to give some appreciation to the member from Calgary Mountain View who created this amendment and has been working on these issues quite diligently, and thank her for the work that she's done on the amendment. So that being said, I hope that I've presented a compelling case for the Government Caucus, that this amendment is an opportunity. Time can be taken to develop regulations, to work with community. This isn't something that needs to be implemented immediately. And it is a narrow application. The larger commentary around the collection of race-based data can still be had, but specifically when a penalty for a driver under sections 88, 88.01, 88.02, 88.03, or 88.1, now we will start to build a base of data upon which we can, again, do that analysis, identify biases, problems, opportunities for new programs, so that we can get to what is our goal, which is, the equal application of the law and a system that does not have those systemic biases. But we need to measure it in order to change it, and this is the opportunity to measure. And so I hope all members of this House will speak in support of this, and if not speak in support, will vote in support. And with that, I will conclude my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you for clearing up the record with regards to Calgary Mountain View as well. Are there any other honourable members looking to join debate on Amendment A6 of Bill 21? Seeing none, on Amendment A6 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford on behalf of the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. A division has been called. Call in the members. Thank you, honourable members. A division was called with regards to the vote on Amendment A6 of Bill 21, Provincial Administrative Penalties Act. All those in favour of Amendment A6, please rise.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Dang, Ms. Renaud, Member Hoffman, Member Carson, Mr. Dang, Mr. Fian. Pardon me, Dak.
All those opposed to Amendment A6, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Panda, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Madhu, Mr. Rosewell, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Mr. Jones, Mr. Yao, Honourable Mr. Copping, Ms. Isaac, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Turton, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Long.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 22.
That amendment is defeated. Moving back to the Bill 21. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate on Bill 21? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question on Bill 21, Provincial Administrative Penalties Act? On the remaining clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The committee now has under consideration Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020. Okay. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered at this time? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise in Committee of the Whole and speak to Bill 27, the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act. And I realize that there's already been substantive debate on this particular piece of legislation. In my view, based off of listening to the debate that's happened in this House, I have very, very strong concerns around Bill 27 because it's my view that the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act and the changes that it makes to third-party advertising is going to do a disservice to our democracy. I will remind those viewing at home or reading the Hansard after this debate is concluded that Bill 27 has its pair, which is essentially Bill 26, and between those two, it allows hundreds of thousands of dollars to be raised and spent to influence public opinion on political matters. And very concerned about the amount of transparency that is in place across these bills. The change to the Senate Election Act allows for third-party advertisers to have a Senate election advertising account, as well as to have a referendum advertising account, as well as a general election advertising account. So with the changes in Bill 26 and 27, we are looking at a situation of having a single third party being able to have multiple advertising accounts. And so for the Senate election, the spending limit will be $30,000, but for some of the other third-party spending accounts, the totals get much bigger. And I'm very concerned about the donation amounts and people being able to donate across multiple accounts, as well as just more corporate money, more large donors, people who can afford to spend thousands of dollars influencing elections and influencing our democratic process. And so with my comments at Committee of the Whole on Bill 27, to help frame my comments, I would like to introduce an amendment at this time.
Honourable member, if you could please read it into the record and then continue with any comments you'd like to make. And for the benefit of everyone here, this will be referred to as Amendment A1.
Amendment A1. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment to Bill 27, the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020, I move that Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 15 sub 9 by adding the following immediately after Clause B. And it would be Clause B1 by adding the following after subsection 5. 5.1, no third party shall, directly or indirectly, use a Senate election advertising contribution for a purpose other than for the payment of Senate election advertising expenses. And I'm pleased to speak to my reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, what I am attempting to do with this amendment is to make clear that even though a single third-party advertiser may have a referendum advertising account, a Senate advertising account, a general advertising account, if and when they are collecting donations for a Senate election advertising contribution, a restriction that the money collected can only be used for Senate election advertising expenses. To preclude the possibility of somebody donating to, let's suggest, a more general PAC that may have campaigns on multiple fronts at the same time. Because, of course, these elections can all happen concurrently as the legislation between 27, 26, and 29 are currently designed to work together. And so I believe that this is a fairly straightforward amendment that simply allows somebody who is giving a contribution to a particular type of election advertising account, a third-party advertiser, knowing that their donation or their contribution will only be used for that type of expense. And this addresses the same kind of democratic principles that I've recently heard the government caucus espousing around Bill 32, in people being able to have that informed say about what happens with the money they provide. This is a very different context, but given the government caucus's fervor in defending these principles in Bill 32, it strikes me that that would make this a very clear and easy amendment to support for the government caucus. Because to not support this would be to support somebody giving a Senate election advertising contribution and having that used for an entirely different purpose, which not only would go against the intent of the person donating, but I believe really blurs the lines and confuses and negatively impacts our potential democracy going forward. And so we need this distinction to be added. We need to make sure that this is clear going forward. And similarly, we may want to do similar amendments so that the related pieces of legislation can work together. But I really have concerns about those third parties having had their spending amounts dramatically raised, changing the amounts people can contribute, and now the fact that they can have multiple campaigns. I mean, to be clear, third-party advertisers have existed in our system, and The difference being now that they can have multiple types of election accounts. Previously, they could only have a single type. It was limited with a much lower ceiling, overall ceiling for third-party advertisers for general campaigns, campaign election accounts at $150,000. And of course, at that time, you could only use that money for a general election. Now there will be potentially simultaneous referendums as well as Senate elections. So what this amendment seeks to do is really just provide that clarity so that when someone is donating to a particular type of campaign and there is a third-party advertiser that is running and operating in multiple types, that the contributor knows that when they give to a Senate election advertising campaign, that that's what their money will be used for and spent on. Because I would not want to see the scenario of somebody donating to a third-party advertiser thinking that it was going to support a friend or neighbor running for Senate that they are pleased to support, and then finding out that their money actually got spent on a referendum to do with pensions when it was not their intention to financially support the position of that third-party advertiser. And this is this scenario that I think this amendment works to resolve. And truly, I look at it and I see something very, very straightforward that I look forward to hearing the government caucus hopefully respond to, because it's common sense to me that if somebody is giving that essentially a political donation, in this case to a third party, wanting to influence the public discourse, that the money they give to a particular source be used for the purpose that they were in which they were giving it. So I hope that I have framed this discussion well enough to convince all members of this Assembly to support what I think is a very reasonable amendment to the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act that will improve Bill 27 and will help move the debate of this legislature forward. And with that, I will conclude my comments, Mr. Chair, and hope that all members will vote in support of Amendment A1 to Bill 27. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the honourable member for Edmonton McClung has risen to debate on Amendment A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Glad to rise in favor of Amendment A1, Amendment to Bill 27, moved by the member for Edmonton Woods. I hearken to say that what we see in Bill 27 is a large step backwards to what some in the Conservative movement in this province might see as the quote-unquote good old days. I happen to have lived in this province all my life, and I have seen, of course, the hegemony of Conservative parties with one interruption by us last campaign election period. And that hegemony switched gears in about 1971 when 35 years of social credit rule was upset, to when, of course, Peter Lougheed with the Progressive Conservatives took power. And I graduated from high school in '75 after the first 4 years of Lougheed's reign. And believe me, Mr. Chair, in that period of time, money flowed, and money flowed freely, corporate money and private money indeed, and there was an attitude prevailing which seems to be resurging now in conservative quarters of going back to those days where money should be invited openly, and how dare we do anything to curtail or put any red flags up about how that money is used or how it is used to influence our elections. And for this particular case, Mr. Chair, Senate elections would be the platform that we're talking about, but Bill 26 and 27 are kind of in tandem, where money is being put back into the political process for Senate elections and also for other election matters. And in this particular case, what we're doing with this amendment, Mr. Chair, is to set clear guidelines, but to say clearly that the public has a right to know exactly what's going on with the money that's being raised for a specific purpose, and that it is actually being applied and used only for that specific purpose, that being the Senate election advertising expenses. And I think back to last term when I was sitting in a Public Accounts Committee meeting, and one of the old guard of the Progressive Conservative Parties, a former high school mate of mine, in fact, somebody who described himself as the last of the PC's privateers, the former member for Vermilion, Lloydminster. And I'll never forget his absolute dismay and shock when I was debating and arguing in favor of having oversight over money that was coming into nomination meetings, and he was absolutely dumbfounded that we would think that the public has any business in interfering, in his words, in a private club. And that's the type of attitude that prevailed then, and I think is still pervasive in certain conservative circles now when we come to talk about the re-entry, the re-invitation of private money into the electoral process in this particular case in the Senate elections that it's proposed by Bill 27 that private money can be brought into, and not just small bits and pieces of it, Mr. Chair, but very big gobs of it. So this amendment is a way of saying, yes, indeed, there is a large degree of public interest and a large right on the part of the public to know exactly who is being raising this money, and making sure that it is not somehow under the table moved over to another purpose other than what it was donated for, and to enshrine that requirement in law, in the legislation, by adopting this amendment here in this House. We are battling an uphill battle, Mr. Chair, here to try to put some clarity and try to shed some light on this massive flood of money that the UCP government is inviting back into our electoral politics, whether it be by way of the Senate Election Amendment Act, whether it be by municipal government changes to allow money to enter into that process, whether it be entering into a referendum debate. In all cases, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars combined in different platforms to enable private interests to influence the electoral process. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I should say, the process that we talk so dearly about in this legislature, the democratic process, is founded upon an electoral process that not only should be seen to be fair, but should actually be fair. And when we were government, we actually did make steps and changes that went a long ways to ensuring that money did not influence the outcome of our elections, and that is something that was widely accepted and endorsed by our electorate. They certainly are aghast, I think, right now at the measures being taken by this government to unabashedly re-invite money into the political process. We probably think as Canadians that we are somehow different from the United States electoral system, where money runs roughshod over the electoral process, where political action committees are able to dictate major policy measures within the United States, whether it be gun control or social policies. And in this country, we're at least trying to set an example in Alberta during our reign that the electoral process was to be left to individuals and not to those individuals or corporate interests which had the biggest and deepest pockets. So this is one small measure. I wish we could do more right now. I certainly know that on this side of the House, we're going to be railing against the introduction of big money into our electoral process whenever the opportunity affords it, by bringing forward amendments such as this. And I encourage all members of the House to support this very reasonable amendment to show clarity and to let the public know that we hear them, and we are certainly not opposed to making sure that their dollars that are donated to advertise during an election for a Senate are used only for that purpose and not somehow slid away to support another element of the electoral process. So I encourage all members to support the amendment, and look forward to every opportunity shedding a light on how money is invited back into the electoral process by this current UCP government to go back to the so-called glory days of the Conservative era, which in fact was infested with money dedicated to purposes contrary to the public interest.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate on Amendment A1? Seeing none, on Amendment A1, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. Moving on to Bill 27 proper, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020. Are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for St. Albert has risen.
Oh, sorry, no, never mind, it's okay.
Oh, I do not see. I am prepared to are you ready for the question? On Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried as well. I see the Honourable Member for Calgary West has risen.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rise and report Bills 21 and Bill 27.
On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary West, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. See the Honourable Member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bill, Bill 27. The committee reports the following bill with some amendments, Bill 21. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Honourable Member, does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
The government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020. Honourable Mr. Schweitzer.
Thank you. Honourable Members, are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Well, thank you very much.
With 20 minutes, just to be clear.
Yes, I'm going to move this on behalf of the Honourable Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on behalf of the Minister of Justice to move third reading of Bill 27, the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act. Renewing the Senate election law restored Albertans' leadership role in pushing for democratically elected senators. This legislation requires a few updates to keep Senate elections running smoothly and efficiently. If passed, Bill 27 would make minor wording and housekeeping changes to the Alberta Senate Election Act. And to ensure consistency, this bill would also give the Minister of Municipal Affairs the same directive-making powers he has during the municipal elections when a Senate election is held in conjunction with a municipal election. For example, these ministerial powers could be used to address such matters as adjusting notice requirements to align with local media publications and dates, adjusting polling station requirements due to unforeseen local circumstances, or adjusting ballot box requirements. Now, although the changes Bill 27 would make are minor, they further strengthen the legislation and further solidify Alberta's work to strengthening democracy in Canada. I request that we move third reading of Bill 27, the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for moving third reading. Are there any members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for St. Albert has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act, in third reading. As my colleague said just a few minutes ago, I think as we're debating or talking about Bill 27, it is important also to note that it is making its way through this place at the same time, around the same time as Bill 26 is as well. And so I think when you consider some of the significant financial changes that will be ushered in as a result of Bill 27, you need to think about what also is coming as a result of Bill 26. So there's the potential for these two pieces of legislation to introduce, as we've said again and again, a lot more money, a lot of dark money, in the sense that we don't really know where it comes from or what the exact purpose is, but it has the ability to fundamentally change elections, and I think, add to that election outcomes. And so Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act, and I've said that I understand that this government has decided to expend a fair amount of human capital, I guess, and legislative time on introducing these changes. And I would suggest, just given the time that we're in, that we actually have some time until the next municipal elections occur. And so there is some time. And so I would question, why is it that this is such a priority for this government? And I think that I am led to believe, or I believe actually, that it is about the money. So with these two pieces of legislation, the government has given themselves really, and their friends, the ability to introduce a lot more spending than is the current limits allow. So if you add the two things together, you've got like another $30,000 for a Senate election, $500,000 for a referendum, and obviously unknown amounts for local elections, as we've still not understood what that's going to look like. So I would suggest, they keep telling us, Mr. Speaker, that this is about this is only to make things run smoothly, and this is only minor housekeeping changes, and really this is about strengthening democracy. But I actually don't really buy that, because I think people should choose their representation based on an alignment of values, an alignment of vision for whatever that office might be, whether it's municipal elections, whether it's people that are running to sit on a school board, whatever that might be. That campaigns need to be campaigns, and the people running in campaigns need to be about the issues, not about the money and the dark money. I think we've all seen, sadly this day and age, we're just bombarded with information, whether it's online, whether it's on our phones, whether it's on different social media applications and platforms, television obviously. But we're bombarded with information that tells us that when it comes to elections, not just in our country and not just in our province, but around the world, that that it happens quite frequently, that people with a lot of money find loopholes, find ways to influence the outcome of election. And I'm not talking about cheating or people voting that are not eligible to vote. I'm talking about influencing the voter. And so you think about democracy, you think in an ideal situation that should be about an individual voter being asked a question, is who is the person that you believe would most likely represent you and your values and what you would like to see happen. This shouldn't be about who is the biggest advertising campaign and who's going to fly articles or post articles on your Facebook feed every 3 minutes for the next 2 months, or who is going to bombard you with radio ads because they have a lot of money, or digital billboards, or maybe they're going to drive around with a truck with a big billboard and they're going to say, well, it's not really us, it's third-party advertising, somebody like, let's say, Rebel Media that would choose to target a couple of candidates. So that's the kind of stuff that dark money finances. That's the kind of thing that I think when we sat down after being elected in 2015, one of the first things that we did with Bill 1 was to look at election financing and around elections to make them as fair as possible. Now, was it perfect? No, absolutely not. I don't think any piece of legislation is ever perfect. I think that's why we're constantly reviewing and proposing amendments. But I think it's important to know that we did try to, and the goal really was simple. It's to level the playing field so that every single person involved in that election had the equal opportunity. So if there was a cap on spending, that applied to everybody. So what this piece of legislation does in terms of Alberta Senate election, in terms of Alberta Senate elections and, obviously referendum elections, and let me just be clear here again and again, oh, the NDP hates referendums and democracy. No, we don't. What we don't like is bringing in big money into elections and then just convoluting the issues and creating enough cover so that money goes back into advertising, the same kind of money that we tried to take out in terms of leveling the playing field. But going back to this, when we brought in Bill 1, we wanted to do everything that we could. Certainly there is more work to do, but that is why we capped donations so that every single person had the ability to donate the same amount to wherever they wanted to. We also ensured that corporations and unions didn't have the ability to influence the outcome of elections. Is there more to do around PACs? Of course there is. But I think these two pieces of legislation, when taken together, particularly Bill 27, take us backwards because it is about big money. And, government will say, this is really just about, making sure that whatever person is sort of promoted to the Senate or assigned to the Senate will be representative of, the wishes of the people of Alberta. Well, I would suggest, when you're spending that kind of money and you're blending it in with other elections and referendums, I would suggest that, there's not a whole lot of clarity there to begin with. So anyway, the other thing I would like to talk about is, I've said this before, is that as in a 4-year term, and if you look at all of the sitting days that we have, there isn't a lot of legislative time in terms of focusing on, some of the work that needs to get done. And I think any government would tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there isn't enough time. There are so many things to get done. There's so many things to review and update and check. So it's probably a nonstop game of trying, not game, but a nonstop process of trying to decide which is most important and which should take precedent over the other, and what kind of activity needs to happen. What do the people of Alberta need the most? What needs to be done? What potentially causes the most harm? And I would suggest that during this time that we're in right now, where commodity prices are awful, thankfully they're not negative anymore, but they're awful. People are struggling. Thousands of people have lost their jobs. There is uncertainty. We don't know what is going to happen in September with our children, or not our children, the children. We don't know. We are in the middle of the worst public health emergency in over 100 years. There's a lot of uncertainty and fear, obviously, there. There's all kinds of things going on. So I would suggest to focus the time and the attention that we are on electing senators that we really don't know if the outcome will be exactly what the government wants. A bit of a risk. We're investing all of this time and money to do that. Really, when you look at the track record, I think we've had, if you look at all of the Senate elections that we've had in Alberta, there hasn't been a lot of success. I think there have been 10 elected and only about half, I believe, have been appointed. So I would suggest that this is about money, because this isn't about what's best for Albertans right now. This isn't about what they need right now, because this really doesn't, I don't know, I'm sure that people are getting the telephone calls and emails that my office gets about the things that people are concerned about right now, and I've not received one that said, holy cow, we really need to reform the Senate election legislation because there is not enough money being invested into advertising to get someone elected that we don't know whether or not they'll get to sit on the Senate. That's not a priority. That's not been a priority in my office. I don't know about the other offices. I'd certainly be happy to hear if that's not the case, but that's not what's happening in my office. What I'm hearing are people need jobs. People don't have jobs. People don't know about school. People don't have child care. People are really worried about child care. Poverty is a huge issue. All of these things are a huge issue. Not one constituent that I can recall has talked to me about the need to have more money involved in Senate elections in Alberta. Not one. So I would go back to the very premise of, I think, democracy in this province and in Canada for sure. It's sort of this ideal picture that we have that each one of us, each Canadian that is eligible to vote, has the same vote. Our votes all matter, and we should be choosing the person that best reflects our values and best reflects back to us the vision that we have for our province, our municipality, our town, our country. And so when we all know this about elections, that it makes it a whole lot easier to get elected or re-elected if you have a lot of money, particularly if you have a lot more money than your opponent. And so this is why I'm concerned about this piece of legislation. I know when I spoke, I think it was in second reading, I read some of the press release that the AUMA had shared, and they were very clear about what some of their concerns were and how important they believed, and they are far more eloquent than I am, but why they believed it was so important to protect local elections, to not introduce more money, to not introduce other issues that were unrelated to those specific elections, whether they were to elect trustees to school boards or whether that was to elect reeves, mayors, councillors, whatever that might be. And I think I would encourage people to have a look at the AUMA site, to have a look at the things that were laid out. The principles that they laid out were actually very good. They talked about, we make these decisions, we look at legislation based on these core principles or core values, and as they relate to municipalities and municipal elections. And I don't believe that this piece of legislation, I would suggest Bill 26 as well, but since we're focused on Bill 27, I would suggest that Bill 27 doesn't go anywhere near meeting the principles that were outlined by the AUMA, because they do introduce dark money, because it does change the way local elections are held, because we all know it. When there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars introduced into whatever campaigns, we know that it tips scales. We know that it gives more people power to influence, that it becomes less about equality and ideas and expressing those ideas one voter at a time, and it becomes more about the power of money and advertising. So that certainly worries me. Again, I would like to remind the House, not that I think it matters to them, because I've said it a few times, but we've expended some legislative capital already on Senate issues, which leads me to believe obviously government didn't get it right the first time. Maybe they thought they needed more power in terms of money to ensure that they had an advantage. I'm just hypothesizing here, because I think things are not going well for this government. Actually, no, things are not going well for this government. And so I believe, once again, this is another step to try to exert power where they have no business exerting power, Mr. Speaker. So I think this is, I will not be supporting Bill 27. I believe in democracy. I believe every voter should be as important as the next voter. I think that money, big money especially, has no business particularly in local elections, provincial elections. I would suggest, look back, all of the big money that was used to get the other senators elected, and then some of them appointed. If you look at what that did, and again, going back to 1989, so the elections from 89 to 2012, we elected, who came in first? They were all men. I would suggest there was not a lot of diversity there, and there was a lot of the same organization and same money behind these candidates. So if indeed we are truly committed to democracy, equality, fairness, and we're actually dedicated and we believe in the importance of diversity and introducing diversity into governance, not just at a local level in our towns and municipalities, and not just on school boards, not just in the province, but federally as well, that if we believe that our Senate should reflect the diversity of Canada, then I think if you look at the history of what we've done in Alberta, I think that you would agree with me that, you know what, maybe we need to rethink this, that we're not quite getting there, because we have not, clearly. We have not at all. And yeah, that is, I'm going to conclude my remarks fairly soon, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that I think one of the most, and I've come to appreciate this more and more as we go, but I've come to appreciate that one of the most important things in this place is actually transparency. And I think it's an easy word to say. It's a lot more difficult to say that you are doing everything that you can to be transparent and to ensure that if people ask questions, they can get the answers, like who funded this? Where did this money come from? Who does this lobbyist represent? Who backed this candidate? All of these things are about transparency. And I don't believe Bill 27 in any way strengthens the transparency in this province as it relates, in this case, to Senate elections, because it introduces a lot more money into this process and it reduces our ability to truly tell who is doing what. And I would also suggest that this government does not have a good track record in terms of transparency and oversight. Let's not forget, they summarily, through legislation, fired the person investigating them. So I do believe it is important to remember that. So with that, I'm going to take my seat, and thank you for allowing me to speak on Bill 27.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate? I see there is no 29-2A on this. There will be, however, 29-2As available after the next speaker, or yes. So I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday has risen with 15 minutes, and then there will be 5 minutes of opportunity for 29-2A after.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to rise this evening and speak to Bill 27, the Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act, and I share many concerns with the previous speaker, my colleague from St. Albert, in my concern that instead of spending time recognizing that we are in the middle of a pandemic, spending time on ensuring that there's adequate funding for childcare, which this government has desperately failed on, ensuring that there's proper procedures and guidelines in place for the re-entry of students into the education system come very, very soon. Instead of talking about that and ensuring that those processes are in place, we're talking about a bill before us, Bill 27, that is really, the government likes to talk about how they are, I believe the member who introduced it this evening called it housekeeping changes, but I would beg to differ that it is not simply housekeeping changes. And we see through this legislation and the other pieces through Bill 26 and Bill 29, the idea of the re-entry of massive amounts of money from this UCP government, or the allowance of that money to be re-entering into our political system, which is very concerning. I think back even to the last American election, of course, the election of Donald Trump, and even before that, but the idea of things like Cambridge Analytica and the ability of organizations, often not transparent organizations that are working behind closed doors for whatever issue is willing to pay them the most amount of money at the end of the day. But we're seeing a shift in elections where really it comes down to the ability to harvest, collect, and use people's information. And I would say that the development of the Cambridge Analytica story, it was quite insidious, and the prevalence of ideas like gathering and harvesting people's information, whether it be through text messages, as we're starting to see more and more, and in this situation, all parties in the province are using that, but even more insidious, the idea of an organization like Cambridge Analytica or some of these Facebook organizations that have not been transparent up to this point, collecting people's public information on the internet. And it's very concerning because in most cases, people don't recognize that it's actually happening. And so through the Cambridge Analytica scandal, I would call it, that happened, anyone that had a Facebook profile that had posted anything to the public had their information collected and in many cases used against them to try and convince them to support a certain way of thinking. And it's very concerning that at the same time as we should be working to strengthen our democratic principles and the idea of democracy in our province, that this government is actually opening the door for more money to be spent on data collection in this matter. And in this manner, excuse me. And we saw a very reasonable amendment that just came before the House from, I believe, the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, recognizing that if we are going to allow this money, which I do not support, to re-enter the system, that it needs to be accounted for. And in that case, ensuring that if, as this government says, this money is only to be spent on election advertising, that is not spent on things like data gathering and data harvesting, because that is a massive concern. And once again, through Bill 27, not only that bill, but the other two bills before the House, 26 and 29, there is a massive amount of money coming back into the system with very little accountability attached to it. And as has been stated, our first piece of legislation when we were in government elected in 2015, we brought forward election reforms, and some of those very important ones had to do with donation limits. We moved to $4,000 per individual per year from $15,000 and $30,000 during election years, while we see through changes in Bill 29 that is going to change immensely the ability of people to donate more than $4,000, but in many cases donate to as many people as they want that amount of money, or $5,000 in that instance. And it's very concerning, because what this government is saying is if you're willing to put up that money, then they're willing to accept it. And that is the exact opposite direction that we should be going. And I've stood in this House before and I said I recognize the importance of election advertising and the ability of candidates to gather money, and that in many cases, people can vote with their wallet. Obviously, on election day, and the most important thing is that one person, one vote, but they should have the opportunity to support a candidate they want with limits. But what this government is proposing through these pieces of legislation is that those limits be essentially removed in a lot of cases. And, even more so in Bill 29, but when we look at Bill 27 and the ability of organizations, third-party action committees, to donate this money and let it happen is very concerning. And, not only in the previous American election and many before that, for decades and decades, have we seen the prevalence of super PACs and the ability of corporations and organizations to donate any amount of money that they would like to whichever candidate or idea that they want to see supported. It should not be something that we're willing to allow in Canada by and large. And so the government is talking about this is strengthening democracy, the idea that Senate elections strengthen democracy. And, on that point, I can appreciate that if we were actually talking about electing a senator, then maybe we'd have a different story. I would still be opposed to the spending limits that they're putting in here and the unaccountability that is in here, and that there's no transparency in here. But if we were actually talking about the fact that Alberta was now able to actually elect their senators and the federal government was forced to accept those elections and the election results, then that would be an entirely different situation. But that is not what we have here right now, because the fact is, even if we go through an election process for a senator, the federal government has no responsibility to actually follow through and appoint the person that was elected, quote unquote, in our province. And so really what this is the government allowing more money to come into the system. And I really appreciated the words of the previous member, the member from St. Albert, in the idea that while Bill 1 strengthened the legislation, the election reforms that we brought forward, strengthened the system in our province, not only from accountability for money and further spending caps on election periods and candidate spending limits and third-party advertising spending caps. Those are all things that we took action on, but even with all of those things in place, I also, like the previous member stated, believe that we could have done more. But what we have before us this evening in Bill 27 and the other two election reform bills is the opposite. This government is saying that they want more unaccountable money to be brought into the system. They want to allow more money to be allowed to be spent without accountability, without standard auditing practices, and we kind of saw this coming if we look back to the leadership race of the UCP and the fact that, and I've raised this in the House before, the fact that the Premier at the time running for the leadership of the UCP promised his own party and all Albertans that he would be accountable and he would show his numbers on who donated to him, where the money came from, if it was even Canadian money, because in the case of leadership races in the UCP, as far as I know, that money could come from anywhere in North America and possibly even further. And so we asked, or the public asked, for accountability, and the Premier, the leader, or running for the leader at that time, promised that that would be the case. But here we are a year later, and still nothing has been brought to us. And so I once again am not entirely surprised that when the UCP had the opportunity to fix spending limits and impose increased transparency, whether through Bill 27, Bill 29, Bill 26, they had the opportunity to increase transparency, but they went the opposite direction in most cases. It's very concerning, Mr. Speaker. The idea, once again, that money is able to buy elections, we see it, and both the UCP and the NDP have brought up the idea of, advertising being used against them. We saw in the previous provincial election that specific candidates were targeted with very hateful comments that did not add any value, in my opinion, I suppose, but in most opinions, any value to the idea of democracy or the idea of ensuring that issues are front and center to the debate. Instead, they were personal attacks used against candidates from whatever party it may have been. And that is not how elections should be decided. It should be about ideas. It shouldn't be about sound clips or anything else. And once again, looking back to the idea of Cambridge Analytica, it shouldn't be who's able to spend the most amount of money to collect as many people's information off of social media platforms as they can. I truly believe, and I've knocked on thousands and thousands of doors since I was first elected in 2015, that it should be about those grassroots movements. But elections are quickly moving to the opposite direction, and they are quickly moving to be who can pay consultants the most amount of money to harvest people's information. And that is, I would say, counter to democracy and counter to the values that we as elected officials and as citizens of a democratic society should hold true. And so while the government tries to say that this is about, housekeeping in the Senate Election Act, and they try to say that they're strengthening what is before us, it is simply not the case. And it's very frustrating because we know that this Premier, above all else, is fantastic at making friends with a lot of money. And he is also very good at making sure that they feel that their money was well spent. And so when we talk about allowing candidates to, or in this case, candidates or Senate candidates to accept this money with no paper trail and no accounting, that's very concerning for us. And so, once again, I believe that we need to get back to the basics of grassroots democracy. It should not be who can make the coolest Facebook page and convince the most people against another idea. I suppose that's one way to do it, but what we're seeing is much more insidious than that. We're seeing organizations that are unaccountable across Canada using people's information against them, using targeted advertisements against them, and I'm very concerned that through Bill 27 and the other bills before the House, that is exactly what this UCP government is asking people to be able to do, or ensuring that they're able to continue doing that and spending more and more money. And I have to once again reflect on the conversations that happened through Bill 1, and I think even through subsequent amendments to the way that we participate in democracy in Alberta, conversations with the member from Edmonton Mill Woods and the important work that that member did as the minister to ensure that there was increased accessibility, whether it be increased advanced voting days, that voters were able to go to any advanced poll instead of having to go to the poll where they lived in, ensuring that there was mobile polls at emergency shelters and support centers for those experiencing homelessness and poverty. These are all incredibly important moves that were made by that member and by the NDP government to ensure that no matter who you were, how much money you made, where you lived, that you would have the opportunity to vote. And we are not seeing through any of the bills before the House that that is being strengthened through the proposed changes that this government is making, and that's very concerning to me. Instead of ensuring, once again, we look at Bill 29, still the government has not made the decision to ensure that municipal candidates have to have their financial statements in before Election Day, so we're finding out after the fact who is actually paid for these people's campaigns. That's very concerning. And so once again, this government, instead of actually strengthening the process, strengthening transparency, and even ensuring that we're strengthening the caps on how much money could be spent, the government is going the opposite way. And I would once again reflect on many members before me have spoken to the fact that there is much bigger issues that we should be focused on. I just went through my constituency email. There was not one email about Bill 27, not one email about Senate elections, and definitely not any emails about the need to add more money into Senate elections, or any election in that matter. When I talk to people, in many cases, they would like to see less money being spent. They would like to see less emails, less text messages to their phone, less lawn signs, less billboards. But this government is doing the exact opposite of that. There is going to be much more of that, which I'm sure my constituents are going to be very concerned, and we will see many emails about that fact, but not about the fact that before there wasn't enough money in Senate elections. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, I will not be supporting this. That works.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has risen on 29-2A.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to rise to speak to Bill 27 in light of some of the comments that have already been made by members opposite. Mr. Chair, I think that it is important, for us to remember that, one of the reasons why the members opposite are opposed to Bill 27 and some of the bills that we have put forward before this particular House that will ensure that the people eventually get to decide their elections is because even though listening to them, you would think that that is their focus, their interest. In reality, they are pursuing the interest of their union masters, who, by the way, Mr. Chair, in the last election, the Alberta Federation of Labour and their union allies spent upward of $1.8 million to campaign against the Conservatives in the last election. Mr. Chair, that is exactly the type of dark money that we want to get rid of politics. You will not hear them, members of opposition, talk about the influence of their union bosses on our elections. But they are quick to talk about how ordinary citizens across this particular province who desires their voice to be heard, not just by coming out to vote or seeking elections, but by also supporting the candidate of their choice across our province, that they have fundamental quarrel with. all part of the narrative, if you carefully listen to them, at the heart of their anger, the NDP anger, is the fact that we, on this particular side, are empowering ordinary citizens, to be able to seek elective offices, have the tools to be able to vote as they would like, and be able to support the candidates of their choice against the union bosses. Mr. Chair, the Alberta Federation of Labor president, spent $1.8 million. And by the way, under the changes that were made by the NDP when they were in office, they like to talk about the influence of third parties in our election. Mr. Chair, the blunt truth is that the commitment of those of us on this particular side is to cap third-party contributions to $30,000. That is a platform commitment, and we are going to follow through with that. You know why, Mr. Chair? To make sure that the dark money they talked about all the time have no place to influence our elections, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I think that, the one thing the members of opposite needs to pay close attention to, they like to talk about diversity, people from different cultural groups and women to be able to participate in our elections. The truth again, Mr. Chair, is that in the last election, we ran, the United Conservative Party ran more women than the entire NDP caucus combined. And Mr. Chair, if the NDP were also to pay attention, all they need to do is to take a look at this side of the aisle. They will see strong, successful women and minorities across various cultural backgrounds on this side of the aisle. Mr. Chair, and I know this because in my own constituency of Edmonton Southwest, I took on one of the NDP's most established candidates, by the way, who came after those of us in Southwest and asked the people of Southwest to vote as if their skin was not white. But this is the same political party that would want you to believe that they are the one that speaks to minority rights. But they are established candidates. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And just for the benefit of all those in the House, chair is the reference that you would use for when an individual, either myself or the Honourable Member for Airdrie, regarding Madam Chair or Mr. Chair during Committee of the Whole, and then in second and third reading, the correct reference would be Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker. So, are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate on Bill 27? Seen none. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved third reading of Bill. Of course, yes. My complete apologies there. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has the opportunity to close debate. I hear that it has been waived, therefore we will move on to the question. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved third reading of Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020. Those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried and so ordered.
Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020 is now read a third time. For third reading, Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020. I
see the Honourable Member for Calgary West has risen.
Why, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to arise on behalf of the Minister of Justice to move third reading of Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. Our government has spent the last year talking with Albertans about a variety of topics. Through our conversations and through Fair Deal panel, Albertans have told us that they want more say in what kinds of initiatives government puts in place. They want us to clean up Alberta's politics and strengthen our democracy. And this is what we promised to do, and now we are doing it. If passed, Bill 26 would allow referendums to be held in Alberta on more topics beyond constitutional matters. Referendums enhance democracy by allowing citizens to participate in the process by voting on specific issues, giving them a real and direct say on issues and laws that affect them. This would allow us to ensure our government-led initiatives and programs actually meet the current and future needs of Albertans. This act would allow government to hold referendums on a number of government-led initiatives or matters of public interest before they are implemented. This would include some of the recommendations of the Fair Deal panel. Mr. Speaker, Albertans have told us that they want a bigger say and a stronger voice in the matters that affect their day-to-day lives and the future of this province. This bill does just that. I request that we move third reading of Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate on third reading of Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020? I see the honourable member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is very rich what this government is introducing and has spoken to about Bill 26 tonight and previously in this place. Certainly we know that this bill does nothing of the sort in terms of strengthening democracy. Instead, it is sneaking big money back into politics. It is allowing dark money to be used in politics, and it is hiding the truth from Albertans and hiding the realities of what we are seeing happen to Albertans. This Premier and this government spoke about how they wanted a citizen-driven process, and instead of that, we are seeing corporations and companies being able to spend up to $350,000, being able to raise up to $500,000, Mr. Speaker, without disclosing any of that information. So just like in this Premier's leadership campaign, Albertans may never know what money is being spent on in Alberta to change how they think, to change what they believe, and to affect the democracy that we see in this place, Mr. Speaker. This isn't about strengthening democracy. Instead, this is about the Premier being able to set the rules for referenda as he chooses. It's about the Premier being able to set the question for referenda as he chooses. And then it's about the Premier's big donor friends being able to spend up to $350,000 without telling Albertans a single thing about where that money came from or where that money is going. It simply shows that we are bringing democracy back into the shadows. This government is trying to bring democracy back into the dark ages. It is trying to hide from Albertans the realities of what should be open democratic processes. Mr. Speaker, Albertans should be free to organize themselves and fight for the issues they believe in, not just the ones that this Premier chooses to approve and agree with. But Mr. Speaker, at least now it makes sense. It makes sense that what this government has been doing. It makes sense why this government gave $4.7 billion away to already profitable corporations. It makes sense why this government is Americanizing our systems. Because indeed, those companies that were already profitable and now have larger handouts can take that money and indeed spend up to $350,000 of it, give up to $500,000 of it without disclosing a single detail to the Alberta public. So, Mr. Speaker, whether they are spending that money to support the Premier's leadership campaign or whether they are spending that money to change Albertans' minds on democratic issues and democratic reform, we will never know. And just like this Premier never disclosed what happened in his leadership campaign, and just like this Premier couldn't run a leadership campaign without getting the RCMP involved, Mr. Speaker, we will never be able to see what will happen in these referenda. We will never be able to understand because this government is deciding to allow dark money into politics. This government is deciding to allow corporations to hide their books from Albertans, is allowing corporations to make donations that are completely hidden from the sunlight, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is this government is no longer is no longer ensuring democracy is sustained and strengthened in this province. This bill does nothing of what they are purporting it to do. This bill does nothing in terms of what they are purporting to strengthen the democracy. Instead, Mr. Speaker, it completely weakens our systems. It weakens our democracy, it weakens Albertans' trust in democracy, and it weakens Albertans' ability to understand what is actually happening when they go to the ballot box. There's going to be so little oversight with this bill. There's going to be so little democratic process. There's going to be so few checks and balances that the reality is Albertans cannot be reasonably expected to understand what is happening when corporations are spending their $4.7 billion in political advertising. This government claims that they are against dark money. This government claims that they are against hidden powers trying to influence and make the moves in politics. But instead, Mr. Speaker, we see the exact opposite of that in Bill 26. We see the exact opposite of those words in Bill 26. So, Mr. Speaker, we say it many times in this place. I've said it many times in this place. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. And the actions that this government has been doing are very clear. We've seen time and time again, this Premier has refused to release his donors from his leadership campaign. This Premier has had the RCMP forced onto his leadership campaign. This Premier is now refusing to allow, or is refusing to tell Albertans in third-party advertising campaigns during referenda who will be spending that money, who will be raising that money, where will that money be coming from? Will it be coming from out of province? Will it be coming from foreign-funded nationals and organizations? We will never know, because this government is supporting dark money in politics. This government is supporting hiding that information from voters, hiding that information from Albertans, and it is not being transparent at all with our democratic process. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is very clear every single member of this place should vote against this bill. It is very clear that this bill is an attack on our democratic principles, is an attack on our institutions, and is an attack on the way that we do democracy in this province. And with that, I would implore every single member of this Assembly to vote against Bill 26 in third reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other honourable members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise this evening to discuss and debate Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. This is definitely a piece of legislation that is concerning. I know that when we were government, I'm very proud of our very first piece of legislation, taking big money out of politics, stopping unions and corporations from being able to donate. That was something that was very important. It was something that we heard door knocking, that the people of Alberta wanted big money out of politics. Now we see that this UCP government is doing exactly the opposite, and this piece of legislation, as well as Bill 27 that was just momentarily passed, brings in dark money back into politics. There's quite a big concern about what this means, and I know that when we made that decision in 2015, it was based on what Albertans were telling us, that they wanted to see this type of political advantage taken away. What it essentially means is that those with the biggest pockets have the biggest voice. And that was something that I know when I was campaigning, I heard loud and clear. So I'm not really sure why this piece of legislation is being brought forward, especially right now in the middle of a pandemic, where my constituents are asking about things like healthcare. They're asking about childcare. They're asking about jobs, things like supports for small business, the arts. Those are the things that Albertans are talking about. Those are the things right now that Albertans are worried about, care about, not whether or not big money can be brought back into government elections. It's certainly not something that I'm hearing a concern about. Right now, globally, people are talking about this pandemic and what the economic impact is and what the government's strategy is to fix that, not about ways to bring big money back into politics. So I can say, Mr. Speaker, that the timing of this just seems completely baffling, especially when the work of the Special Select Committee on Democratic Accountability hasn't been completed yet. Why we're bringing this forward right now when we don't have the work from this committee done is very confusing to me. It just doesn't make sense why this is coming now when we don't have direction from that select special committee. I suspect that this will once again, be brought back to debate once they have the recommendations. It's just very concerning that in the time that we are right now, looking at so many that are impacted negatively by COVID-19 across Alberta, across Canada, across the world, that people are desperate. People have lost their jobs. People are worried about childcare. People are worried about what's going to happen to their children when they go back to school in the fall. Why we're having this debate right now, just it doesn't make sense, other than the UCP is trying to sneak big money back in when they're hoping that people are focused on other things. I know that I've heard many members in this House on our side talk about the lack of people worrying about this right now. It's not top of mind for the majority of Albertans. They're talking about everyday life impacts, things that matter to them and their family. Like, how are they going to pay the bills? How are they going to keep their small business from going under? That's what matters right now. With all of the attacks that we've seen from this government on things like our health care, and specifically I can speak to the arts file, that is very concerning, that there's people struggling, pleading with this government for help and support. Yeah, we're in this chamber debating about big money, dark money being brought back into politics, and it's concerning, Mr. Speaker. I know we've been asking why now? Why is this coming through at this time? We've asked, who did you speak to? When there is this special select committee that's been created, why don't they have a say in the plan with this legislation? It just doesn't make sense. And I can say that listening to the debate, I haven't heard those answers come from government to explain why now, who they spoke to, why it's coming before the recommendation of the committee. It's just concerning, and I mean, it's not surprising because this seems to be the pattern of this government, is to try and push things through, trying to do things in the shadows, and so bringing dark money back, unfortunately, is not surprising. It's just very discouraging that it's happening when we should be talking about really important things like getting Albertans back to work. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up my comments and thank those for engaging in the debate, and I look forward to hearing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate on Bill 26? I see the Honourable Premier.
Thank you,
Oh, I hesitate. I apologize. That is my mistake. We do have 29-2A available should there be any Honourable Members looking to take the opportunity for 5 minutes of questions or comments. See none, and then moving back to third reading of Bill 26. Are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate on Bill 26? I see the Honourable Premier has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to enter into debate on third reading on Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. Let me begin with some historical context. Mr. Speaker, in the earlier part of the last century, in the 1920s, during the Progressive period and the government of the United Farmers of Alberta in this place, Alberta went through a dramatic series of democratic reforms, including the adoption of referendum legislation that allowed governments to initiate referenda, as well as citizens to initiate referenda, and indeed to allow citizens to recall MPs to force by-elections if their local representatives have lost the confidence of a critical number of their constituents. However, over the ensuing decades, these reforms were all gradually repealed. Many of these reforms stayed on the books in other Western provinces and U.S. states that had similarly been influenced by the then movement of progressive prairie populism. And in recent decades, there has been a renewal of this spirit of democratic reform. For example, it was a New Democrat government in British Columbia, which circa 1992 reestablished the right of citizen-initiated referenda, government-initiated referenda, and the right of recall through the British Columbia Recall and Initiative Act. Saskatchewan, circa 1991, under a progressive conservative government, adopted similar measures which were subsequently retained by NDP governments. And so this bill, Mr. Speaker, represents a part of a very deliberate effort by this government to renew that tradition of democratic decision-making, of which there has been an abeyance for far too long in our province. Mr. Speaker, in the circa 1990, members may recall, there was great contention over a series of proposed constitutional amendments incarnated in the Meech Lake Accord and later the Charlottetown Accord. And members may recall that Albertans were deeply frustrated with what appeared to be a federal constitutional agenda overwhelmingly preoccupied with the constitutional aspirations of Quebec as opposed to the West in general or Alberta in particular. In response to that frustration, the then government of Premier Don Getty responded by bringing forward the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act, the Constitutional Referendum Act, I should say, which imposed an obligation on the Lieutenant Governor and Council, i.e. the government, to submit to Albertans through the form of a referendum any proposed constitutional amendment to the Constitution of Canada. And this was to give Albertans the final say on whatever the Alberta government negotiated with the other provinces, territories, and the Dominion government with respect to prospective amendments to the national constitution. That act has never actually been used. Of course, there was a subsequent national plebiscite in the Charlottetown Accord, but held under federal law. So, Mr. Speaker, that was the basis of the statute which we seek to amend in this place tonight, the Constitutional Referendum Act. It was essentially a response to the deep frustration in Alberta about the constitutional agenda of the late 1980s, early 1990s. However, following the repeal of the Referendum Act, I believe in the 1950s under the Social Credit Government, Alberta has not had a law, a statutory mechanism to govern a broad democratic consultation of the people through a referendum. We've had many referenda in our past. It's odd, Mr. Speaker. I've been on the side of the official opposition. I was leader of the opposition in this place. I served in the official opposition in the federal parliament for, I think, nearly a decade. And normally when I would intervene on a debate of this matter, I would begin by studying the relevant history. And yet, in all of the debate, I haven't heard a single reference to the history of direct democracy in Alberta from the opposition. I think maybe that's because the NDP has always been opposed to direct democracy as a reflexive ideological position. Because what they recall, Mr. Speaker, they call themselves the New Democratic Party, but they're actually against the purest form of democratic expression, which is direct democracy. Because their idea of democracy, it's actually a complete contrivance. It's a complete play on words. What they mean by democracy is the state using its coercive power to confiscate people's property and then to redistribute it. That's what they call democracy. But, Mr. Speaker, the real meaning of democracy from the Greek root demos, krasi, means to the people govern, the government of the people. And there is no pure form of government of or by the people than referenda. And we have had referenda in this province in the past, Mr. Speaker, on a number of issues. I think most recently, 1956, if I'm not mistaken, on daylight savings time, for example. We subsequently, as I earlier mentioned, did have a national referendum in Alberta. Was it in 1991, 92 on the Charlottetown Accord? So referenda in this, it's not exactly as though we've been overdosing on direct democracy in this country or in this province, Mr. Speaker. We seem to have one about on average every 15 or 20 years. But referenda referenda are the most common, one of the most common tools of democratic decision making. The very earliest form of classical democracy in Athenian Greece, the polis, the people, would come together and vote on matters of public importance through referenda. In many jurisdictions around the world, of many different political and constitutional traditions, referenda are a mainstay of democratic decision-making. For example, in Switzerland, one of the arguably best governed and most prosperous countries on the face of the earth, the local Swiss states holes. Mr. Speaker, just in Canada in recent history, we had British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Ontario, and other jurisdictions have had referendums on whether fundamentally to change their electoral systems from first past the post to some form of proportional representation. Indeed, it was one of the differences between the hard left that runs Alberta's NDP and the mainstream New Democrats in other provinces is that while this Alberta NDP is reflexively, they have a reactionary opposition to democratic decision-making by the people, their counterparts in British Columbia don't share that ideological hostility to popular decision-making. I know why the NDP in Alberta feels that way, because they know the vast majority of Albertans are common-sense conservatives, Mr. Speaker. So they dare not give power to the people to decide in a province such as Alberta. But in British Columbia, politics is a little more nuanced, a little more complex. The NDP there held a referendum, Mr. Speaker, on proportional representation. They had the confidence to let the people decide. People, by the way, Mr. Speaker, chose to retain for the second time in British Columbia first past the post. Here's the point. Referenda are not new to Canadian politics on some of the most important issues in our history. For example, on the question of conscription during the Second World War. A very hugely important national vote was held on conscription. And so this is deeply embedded in our history. I just heard a member say that this is an attack on our democratic institutions. No, Mr. Speaker, direct democracy, including referenda initiated by government, is indelibly a part of our political history. Our mother parliament, the Westminster Parliament in the United Kingdom, has, of course, referred to the people direct democratic decisions through referenda on uniquely important matters. 1973, I believe, the joining of the European European Commission, which later became the European Union. And then in 2016, the referendum on leaving the European Union. So in other Westminster parliamentary democracies, Australia and New Zealand, referenda, again, are frequently used as the ultimate form of democratic decision-making. So that is what Alberta, in this sense, is actually an aberration. We are an outlier when it comes to democratic systems around the world in not having a legal mechanism for referenda for the people to make the ultimate decision on important matters. And that is why we have brought forward Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act, which takes that law I mentioned earlier, which the Getty government proposed and was adopted by this Assembly, to allow to require referenda on prospective constitutional amendments. And essentially what this does is to broaden that to allow for referendums of a non-constitutional nature. So what does that mean? I know to some people this may all sound like just legalese. Let me break it down. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a commitment to hold a prospective referendum on amending Section 36 of the Constitution, which is the principle of equalization, a commitment that was recently reinforced by a recommendation of the Fair Deal panel following extensive consultations with Albertans. And that referendum, because it would be framed as a potential amendment to the Constitution, would be held under the status quo ante circa 1990 2000, year 2000. Okay, that was amended then. The Constitutional Referendum Act. Similarly, we committed in our platform to hold a referendum in October 2021, concurrent with the next municipal election, on the constitutional entrenchment of property rights. That, again, would be a constitutional amendment facilitated by the 2000 Constitutional Amendment Act. But, Mr. Speaker, there may be other issues where, in the wisdom of this chamber or the Lieutenant Governor and Council, namely the duly elected government, we may want to consult with Albertans. I see my colleague, the Minister of Service Alberta, has been consulting Albertans on daylight savings time. That's something that affects absolutely everything. It's something on which our government does not have a democratic mandate to act. we've had, I think, 2 referendums in Alberta history on daylight savings. And so this may be an issue where we want to go to the people. And right now we do not have the legal means to do so. The NDP, in their reactionary opposition to pure democracy, doesn't want to allow us to go to the people on daylight savings, but we may decide it's the appropriate thing to do. This bill gives us the power to do so. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues. The Fair Deal panel has recommended that the government implement an Alberta pension plan like Quebec has had for 60 years. Now, I know the NDP is absolutely reflexively against this. They believe Quebecers are capable of managing our public pension system. They believe that Justin Trudeau and Bay Street can manage Alberta pensions, but they don't believe Albertans can manage our own pensions. Now, there are good arguments, there are valid arguments for and against that, Mr. Speaker, that deserve serious scrutiny. And I absolutely grant that there are strongly held and valid views for and against that proposition. Our view is that ultimately that decision should be made not by the NDP or by Justin Trudeau, but by the people of Alberta, Mr. Speaker. And the only way that we could have a legal mechanism to hold such a referendum is through the adoption of Bill 26. Now, the NDP says that actually all this is about is the Premier trying to impose his agenda on Albertans in an anti-democratic power grab. Mr. Speaker, maybe it's, I don't know. That is a classic NDP through the looking glass parallel universe of total irrational illogic. Mr. Speaker, what this bill seeks to do is to disempower the government and to empower the people. It's to take power from the government to make decisions and to entrust that power to every adult Albertan, 3.7, 3.8 million Albertans over the age of 18, every one of whom could exercise their universal franchise to make decisions referred to them by the government. No, but that's not the NDP's idea of democracy. Their idea is only the cabinet should decide, or at most, only the 87 people in this chamber. And on most matters, that's how our Westminster democracy works. But on certain matters, particularly where the government may not have a mandate, it's not only appropriate, but I think obligatory in a democratic sense for the government to go to the people. And that's what this bill permits us to do. Now, they whinge, Mr. Speaker, that this is, the Premier and the Cabinet are going to decide what the referendum questions are. Well, I want to issue, Mr. Speaker, a trigger warning. I want to issue a trigger warning. They're welcome to leave the chamber lest they be offended, because I'm about to say something that is probably difficult for socialist ears to hear. Mr. Speaker, we will be bringing forward legislation this fall to introduce citizen-initiated referendum legislation. We will. And we have a committee of the legislature studying that right now. Now, they say, the Premier wants to write all the referendum questions. Under the NDP, there never were any referendum questions. They never trusted the people. Mr. Speaker, we all know they were an accidental government that won that 2015 election because of a lucky vote split. They will never, ever, ever get a majority of the vote in this province, so they know they could never win a referendum on anything in this province, which is why they're against these things. But citizen-initiated referendum, Mr. Speaker, that allows the people to write the question, the people to determine what will be put on a ballot for pure democratic decision-making through referendum. We had this in Alberta. I think, between the late 20s and again, I think it was repealed in 1956, we had a citizen-initiated referendum law. They have a citizen-initiated referendum law on the books in Saskatchewan. I don't believe it's ever been used. And they have a citizens initiative referendum law next door in British Columbia, retained by the mainstream New Democrats over there who are much more confident about democracy than the Alberta and left. Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia, the people used the citizen initiative referendum law a few years ago when there was an effort by then Liberal government to harmonize their provincial sales tax with the GST into an HST. And there was a bit of a democratic uprising. And the then Liberal government arguably was not listening to their own voters or the people of British Columbia. And so people went around and they collected tens of thousands of signatures, they triggered a referendum, and they won that referendum vote, Mr. Speaker. They repealed the harmonization of the PST with the GST in British Columbia. heaven forbid, democracy broke out in BC. And the NDP there has not repealed the citizen initiative law. So when they say this is about the Premier trying, no, Mr. Speaker, on some matters, the government, I'll give you an example, daylight savings time, potential ownership of the Alberta pension plan, Alberta governance of the pension plan, and perhaps many other issues. The government may choose to consult the people, but we will also empower the people to force a consultation of the people. And I predict right now, the NDP will be against that too, Mr. Speaker. Just as they will be against, I predict it right now, our recall legislation. Well, I don't even need to predict it, because there have been various private members' bills in this place over the past decades to bring in recall. They were all defeated. They were all defeated with, I got to admit it, you know, the Minister of Transportation's not here, with the progressive conservative, oh, I shouldn't say that, excuse me, I take that back, I repeal. The progressive conservatives and the Democrats were in cahoots. Including the whip. I go against recall, Mr. Speaker. The whip knows about that. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has created this dystopian picture that this bill is all about dark money in Alberta, bringing back dark money. The contrary is true, Mr. Speaker. In fact, obviously, to have referendums, you need a legal framework, including for how money is spent. Now, you can't, a bunch of citizens can't run a pro or an anti-side on a referendum vote for free. They got to get their message, they got to print brochures, maybe run some ads and get online and do some events. That's called democracy, and the bill imposes a spending limit on that. And I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us says that all of this activity will be done in full compliance with the Elections Finance Contributions Disclosure Act. I cite Section 7.1. For greater certainty, the Election Finances and Contributions Disclosure Act applies to every referendum held under this Act, irrespective of whether the referendum is held in conjunction with a general election under the Election Act, separately on a date provided for under Section 5B, or in conjunction with the general elections under the Local Authorities Election Act. So, Mr. Speaker, the requirements for disclosure, the ban on corporate and union contributions, the limits on contributions, the limits on spending, they're all in here, Madam Deputy Speaker. And yet, we just heard from a member from Edmonton. She talked repeatedly about how this was bringing, quotes, big money, dark money into politics, that the NDP had banned corporate and union contributions, so this seeks to bring them back. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, pardon me, either the members who have spoken on the NDP have not bothered to read the bill, or perhaps their staff have completely misled them. I'll be charitable, and let's say it this way. Option B is their staff completely misled them about the contents of the bill. And option C is unthinkable, and it would be unparliamentary for me to assert that they actually have deliberately misled the chamber. I know that's not true, Mr. Speaker. They would never purposefully mislead the chamber. So it must be that either they have not read the bill or they've been completely misbriefed on it. Because what the bill does is to retain the ban on corporate and union contributions that apply to general elections, and the bill, in the provision I just read, applies that to the financing of referendum campaigns. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not an opinion, that is not spin, that is not a line, that is the law in Section 7.1. And it is incumbent upon members, if they're going to vote on a bill, to at least have a modicum of accurate information about what it actually says, which in this case is to apply the ban on corporate and union donations to the conduct of referendum campaigns. Again, I just read the provision. If there's a bunch of New Democrats here. If they can find a provision that is not consistent with what I just asserted, it is their responsibility to raise that. But they won't. They won't because they can't. They can't because all they seek to do is to drive fear, division, and disinformation into Alberta politics. While what we seek to do is to drive the refreshing air of democracy into Alberta politics through referendums, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, they talked about the member for Edmonton South said that this bill will, quotes, bring democracy back to the dark ages. back to the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages. Well, I suppose if you imagine Periclean's Athens was in the Dark Ages, that might make some sense. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we're seeking to do is to give the people power to make decisions directly on important matters. How is that regressive? The NDP pretends that they are progressive, but they oppose democratic progress in this province. They think a tiny number of elected individuals or elites should make all of the decisions for the entire population, and that the general population should never directly be consulted. Like I said before, they're not the new Democratic Party. They're the old autocratic party, Madam Deputy Speaker. They say, oh, by the way, I just have to rebut a couple of points. Edmonton South said the Premier never disclosed his leadership donors. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is untrue. And if it was said outside this House, it would actually be defamatory, because it's an allegation that I broke the law. In fact, my leadership campaigns scrupulously complied with the Election Finance Disclosure Act. And indeed, that includes a ban on corporate and union contributions. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, since they are so concerned about dark money, big money in Alberta politics, they should be very pleased to know that a new day will dawn shortly, Madam Deputy Speaker, when amendments are brought forward to the Election Finance and Disclosure Act, finally to get big, dark money out of Alberta politics. I cite our platform on which we were elected. To strengthen democracy and accountability in Alberta, United Conservative Government will make sweeping democratic reforms, including removing big money from Alberta politics by imposing a $30,000 limit on donor contributions to political action committees, also known as third-party expenditures, and by closing the Alberta Federation of Labour loophole by prohibiting groups formally affiliated with political parties from running political action committees. I should further say, because one of the members opposite spun a conspiracy theory that we're going to be bringing foreign dark money into into referendum campaigns, that, Mr. Speaker, we further committed in our platform to approve a law banning foreign money from interfering in Alberta politics, making it illegal for foreign entities to finance third-party advertisers, also known as political action committees. Isn't it rich? Isn't it ironic that the NDP would accuse this government of trying to open the door for foreign money to come into our politics when they refuse to close that door, Madam Deputy Speaker? And we all know why. Because they want their allied green left billionaire foundations from the United States to continue to pummel the oil and gas workers of this province. We won't permit it, and this fall we will make it illegal for the NDP's foreign friends to come in here and attack our energy industry by financing those campaigns. And we will make it illegal for their formal legal affiliate. The Alberta Federation of Labour, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a constitutional affiliate of the NDP. They have seats on the board. This Mr. McGowan, who recently accused the elected government of Alberta of being a bunch of Nazis in trivializing the Holocaust. The very same Mr. McGowan sits on their governing board, and he spent $1.8 million through a third-party expenditure in legal terms, when clearly he was spending it by, for, and on behalf of the NDP. Mr. Speaker, we will close that loophole that has allowed political parties a backdoor to infect our money with our politics with big money. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past 3 years, NDP-affiliated unions spent, get this, fasten your seatbelt, $4.8 million on politics to support their NDP friends and to attack the free enterprise parties in this province. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of them, I think the Health Sciences Unit, over $2 million, the ATA, $1.9 million, if I'm not mistaken. Madam Deputy Speaker, how dare they stand up and talk about big money in Alberta politics when they and their friends are the biggest money we have ever seen? But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to inform the Socialists that this fall, the party is over. We are going to shut down the big money, the millions of dollars, because there will be a $30,000 limit on how much donors can contribute to political action committees. And yes, Madam Speaker, that will include referendum campaigns. That will include referendum campaigns. So this Bill 26 is one important additional step as part of the most sweeping agenda of democratic reform in Alberta political history. It is supported by Bill 25, the Senatorial Election Act. The NDP allowed the Senate Election Act to lapse. Why? Because they want Justin Trudeau picking who represents us in the upper house of our parliament. We Conservatives, instead, we want every Albertan deciding who represents us in the upper house of parliament. And that's why we'll be having Senate elections in the fall of next year. Again, the NDP against democracy, this government for democracy. We will be bringing forward in this fall citizen-initiated referendum legislation. The NDP will vote against it, declaring their opposition to allowing voters to determine the most important issues. This government will bring it into law. The NDP against democracy, this government for democracy. This fall, we will bring in recall legislation, reinstituting it as it was repealed in the 1950s, giving an ultimate tool of accountability for Alberta voters. The NDP will vote against that democratic accountability. This government will bring in that ultimate democratic accountability. Mr. Speaker, in the fall, we will bring forward amendments to the Election Finance Disclosure Act, bringing big money out of Alberta politics by imposing a $30,000 limit on how much can be given to political action committees. The NDP will vote against that democratic reform. This government will vote in favor of getting that big money out of Alberta politics. This fall, we will bring forward an amendment to stop the AFL loophole, where the NDP gets to spend millions through the back door through their loony left ally, Gil McGowan. They will vote against closing that loophole. This government will impose that loophole. Mr. Speaker, again, and it was this government that brought in a motion recognizing the right of members to vote freely on non-confidence matters in this House, something the NDP never did. They had members flee their caucus, complaining about being bullied because they wouldn't vote in lockstep with the government on every single matter. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand here as a leader of a government that is bringing in the most sweeping democratic reforms in Alberta history, and we will implement them regardless of opposition from the undemocratic and reactionary New Democratic Party. Sorry, Jason.
Member, Standing Order 29 2A is available. Any members wishing to speak? Any other members wishing to join debate? Seeing none, would a minister like to close debate? All right, sure, the Honourable Minister of Health. He's not here, it's fine. On the motion of third reading, okay, it's fine. On the motion of a third reading on Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried. Let's go.
Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020 is now read a third time. For second reading, Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. McIver.
Wishing to join debate in second reading of Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I see the Honourable Member of Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House, and I've not had the opportunity to speak yet to Bill 30, and there's a lot that I would like to say. Before I do so, I often like to start my remarks by acknowledging that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. And, you know, I feel like we've lost a little bit as a collective in this province, our reminders of thanking and applauding our essential workers, frontline workers, our healthcare workers, which is quite fitting when we talk about the content of this bill. So to all those frontline workers, those essential workers, whether you're in a hospital or you're in a grocery store, you're so valued and you're so loved by many of us, and we appreciate you. And particularly, I want to talk about healthcare workers. I want to just express our true support for healthcare workers right now, where, as we all know, we are seeing an uptick in COVID cases right now. And, as someone who got a COVID test not too long ago, I'm asymptomatic, of course, but we know we're being encouraged to do one. Just was very blown away by, the workers that I spoke to while getting that test, and just their dedication and, their willingness to really try to battle this pandemic as best they can. And of course, can't not talk about our doctors, and I'll talk more about them in a few minutes, because we know Alberta's doctors have been through a whole heck of a lot in a few months. And they've been through a whole heck of a lot in the midst of a pandemic. Started just prior to the pandemic with Bill 21 and the ripping up of their contract. And since then, it's been an ongoing show of absolute disrespect to those doctors. And as a result, we're seeing countless doctors fleeing our province. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk about some of the aspects of Bill 30 that I fear will just worsen the situation with doctors, with healthcare workers, and really start to erode some of the fundamental values that many of us support, including public health care. So, Bill 30, like I said, I've not had an opportunity to speak to a lot of the elements within Bill 30, and I'm happy to do so because, we've heard a lot of debate tonight already around some pieces of legislation, Bills 26, Bills 27, where, at least on our side of the House, we're not hearing from Albertans about Senate elections, about the need for changes to financing and municipal elections, as an example. I know my esteemed colleague from Edmonton West Henday talked about the fact that he went through his emails and did not find a single one asking for Senate changes to Senate. But what are we hearing? And again, I too follow my emails closely, and the issues we're hearing about are concerns about healthcare, concerns about education, mental health supports, housing. And so when I take the time to analyze Bill 30, and I know the Premier was very much disparaging myself and my colleagues, noting that we aren't likely to be reading our bills and to be doing our homework. And he said a lot of other things that were quite troubling. I don't have time to speak to all of them, but I can assure you that on this side of the House, we do our homework and we read those bills, including Bill 30, which is a huge bill, including all the other bills like Bill 32 that are giant bills, many of them omnibus bills, that would, in fact, merit many separate bills if we really wanted to give them the fulsome debate that they deserve. But of course, that's not this government's style, is it? All right. So let me talk about a few of the aspects that I find most troubling. Well, the first one is the fact that we've got a government, a UCP government, that is making changes to a public healthcare system that is world class. In the midst of a pandemic, it's a time when we need system stability. It's a time when Albertans need to know that if they need the healthcare system, that they can rely on it. And we truly know, as I said earlier, lives depend on this. We truly know that a second wave is possible. So why is it that this government is choosing to prioritize attacking public health care at a time when the need for public health care has never been higher? And I've said this many times in this House, and I remember saying this early when we first started to realize what was this COVID thing and what was this pandemic, that, you know, my hope would be that it would call upon us particularly as legislators in this House to analyze the systems that we have around us and to recognize, you know, this mantra that we've had of being in this together would really compel us all to look at how we could better support humans, because this pandemic has really shown how critical it is that we support each other. And we do that through investing in people. We do that through investing in public health care. We do that through supporting our public health care workers. We do that through through investing in education and supporting our education workers and not firing 20,000 mostly educational assistants in the midst of a pandemic. And so, you know, one of my hopes would be that we would, you know, not only would we really question the systems around us, but that we would change those systems for the better. That we would acknowledge that, you know, we can't continue to exist in a system where so many people are being left behind. And one of the quotes that's really stuck with me from the beginning of this pandemic was this idea that, you know, the biggest tragedy will be if we come out of this pandemic unchanged. And I worry that it's going to be worse. In fact, we're going to come out of this pandemic in Alberta in a worse state, in a much worse state, because we're attacking the fundamental systems, the public systems that have made us the prosperous province that we are today. When I say prosperous, I'm not just talking about financially prosperous. I'm talking about well-being, right? And within Bill 30, some of these very structures are being attacked. Bill 30 streamlines the chartering of private for-profit clinics, like surgery clinics. And so it's this creeping privatization that we see in Bill 30 that's quite troubling. And you know, what else have we seen when it comes to privatizing of healthcare in this province? Privatizing of lab services. Again, it's got to be the catchphrase. In the midst of a pandemic, the privatizing of lab services that have never been more needed. The privatizing of clinics. Just the other day, I sat in the private members' bills committee and debated Bill 204, which is the basically selling off of blood. So you could argue, again, privatizing of blood services. Right? So there's this continued pattern from this government of moving away from the public good. And of course, it's in more than just healthcare. We see that with the selling off of parks, and of course, I know the Minister for Environment and Parks will argue that parks aren't being sold off, but we know they certainly are being delisted and being tendered potentially to third parties, which many would argue is being sold off. Right? So we see this with so many elements of the public good in this province. What else? Again, with this privatization, this allows the government, this allows that minister, the health minister, to enter into agreements with private companies to administer medical clinics, putting doctors on salary. It's going to introduce very much the profit motive in the operation of doctors' office. What is it? Doctors' offices. What does this mean for doctors? And again, I'm talking about the same doctors who've been disrespected so many times by this government to date. So many times. Because this will start a corporation creep in the public healthcare system. And again, those resources that are so needed to support the public system are diverted. And I want to just quote for you for a minute from Friends of Medicare. Friends of Medicare have been strong supporters of public health care for a very long time, and they've been really sounding the alarm along with many other folks about some of the changes within Bill 30. They say that this minister is justifying Bill 30 by talking about it being modernized, right? He said that in this House many times. And they note the following, quote, Albertans will not see a modernized healthcare system with these proposed changes. Instead, we're being fed the same old strategy of cutting and privatizing, dredged up directly from Kaline's Third Way Handbook. If the minister is serious about his commitment to public health care, he could modernize by expanding our public health care system to include areas like pharmacare, dental care, vision care. But instead, modernization is being levied as yet another UCP code word for the further privatization of our health care. So if modernization equals privatization, myself, my colleagues, and a whole heck of a lot of Albertans are not interested. We're interested in a strong, publicly funded healthcare system. Publicly funded healthcare system that leaves no one behind. Absolutely. And I worry very much when I hope the Minister for Environment and Parks will stand up and perhaps elaborate on his commitment to a strong publicly healthcare system. Because again, these are fundamental values that Albertans hold, that Canadians hold, right? We know that belief in a strong publicly funded healthcare system is something that defines us. I want to talk a little bit about some of my other concerns. Now, again, we've talked about the creeping privatization, two-tier health care, but it's also about the UCP's war on doctors. And just today, we heard from this minister that, despite his ongoing attacks on doctors, so what has he done? He's ripped up their contract. He's continued to attack doctors.
The Honourable Government House Leader, point of order.
I rise, Madam Speaker, on 23H, I, and J. Lots of rulings in this chamber, lots of discussion over the years and even in the last few days on the difference between talking about what a political party and or a government is doing or direction that they're taking place in regards to a party or saying a party's name. For example, when we point out that the NDP is misleading inside the chamber, that's been deemed to be appropriate. But if I was to say that member, even though that member is misleading the chamber, if I was to point that out, that would be inappropriate if that was the case. In this case here, again, directly accusing the Minister of Health of attacking somebody is clearly getting very close to that line and crossing that line, and repeatedly doing it will certainly cause disorder inside this chamber, Madam Speaker. I can assure you of that. We are already seeing it now. And second, is certainly unparliamentary.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise on this. It is not a point of order. This is an issue of debate. As we've seen in this chamber today, repeatedly members talking about what other members have intended. In fact, there was a point of order earlier today that I argued where the Minister of Community and Social Services accused the member from St. Albert of creating fear. I called a point of order on that, and the Speaker reminded me that that is not a point of order. It is a matter of debate in this place, and so he ruled as such. This is the exact same scenario, just in reverse, Madam Speaker, and as it is not a point of order, I certainly hope to continue to hear the member from Edmonton Highlands' comments following your ruling.
Honourable members, thank you for your input into this point of order. Honourable members, there are words in this chamber in which we use that do certainly cause disorder and can sometimes become very personal when we maybe skirt the chair or become a little bit more direct in the way in which comments are directed. So I will not find a point of order in this case, but I will express caution in the words that we use moving forward. And I will ask that the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood continue the last 1 minute and 6 seconds of her debate time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be cautious with the way I continue in my debate today. But, you know, I was starting to say before I was interrupted that, you know, this is in fact a government that has multiple times attacked doctors. And the way they've done that is through tearing up doctors' contracts, right? Through undermining their credibility, through pushing a lot of doctors out of this province. And the list of communities, in fact, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition ran through the entire list of communities that have lost doctors earlier today. And that list was a lengthy one. A number of rural communities, Athabasca, Lac La Biche, Westlock, the list goes on. And people are worried. People are rightly concerned about the loss of doctors and the future loss of doctors. So for this government today to...
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
And I believe that the member was on a train of thought, and I wanted to ask or comment to the member. I know that she's worked in rural communities. I know that she's worked outside of the Edmonton area when she was working, I believe, in the education field as a teacher. And it's my understanding that the impact of rural doctors leaving is a particular focus right now and has a very unique impact in rural communities. As someone who's lived in one of these areas, I was hoping to hear her perspective if she would be interested in continuing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Edmonton Millwoods. Absolutely, and I was just starting to say, you know, for this government today to basically say, you know, after all the disrespect we've shown you, now we're basically telling you that that you can't leave, right? Because they're seeing absolutely the impact of their approach in dealing with doctors. Doctors are leaving. That's a fact. It's an absolute fact. And absolutely, and you know, having spent actually most of my life in rural Alberta, I grew up in rural Alberta, I grew up in Barhead, I lived in Camrose and Forestburg, taught in Balf. I know everybody's heard all the cool rural places that I've lived in, but truly, I truly have lived most of my life in rural Alberta. Now, of course, I find myself in the big city, but you know, a couple of things that the folks that I knew well in rural Alberta really appreciated was public health care and public education, right? And the loss of doctors in some of these communities is huge, particularly when you talk about you know, doctors resigning their obstetrics privileges. You know, I know there were examples when we heard about this happening of people reaching out to me on social media saying, like, you know, we already have to drive X number of kilometers if we're having a baby. And so the loss of obstetric privileges in a number of these communities is just going to mean that that's even more challenging. And so that's just one example, obstetrics. But if you're already in a remote community and you've got a bit of a journey to access a doctor, and that same community's losing their doctors, that's a safety issue as well. Again, these are troubling developments at any time. But what are we in? In the midst of a pandemic. I feel like I've said it so many times today. Because truly, as I started my comments off by saying, this is a time when we should be absolutely bolstering our public health care system. We should be attracting more doctors. We should be encouraging folks who work in the lab services and nurses and RNs and LPNs. We should be encouraging them. We should be supporting them. Instead, how are so many healthcare workers feeling right now? They're feeling discouraged. They're feeling disheartened. They're feeling like they have a government that doesn't have their backs. And in fact, it's often stabbing them in the backs, right? That's how they're feeling. And those aren't my words. Truly, check. I can't imagine, if I'm getting correspondence from healthcare workers all the time, I can't imagine that the folks across the aisle aren't getting that as well. Right? So I really, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to introduce some amendments to Bill 30 in coming days, because there's a lot of very troubling elements in this bill, and this is an opportunity for this government to really kind of consider deeply what future they want for this province. And if they want a province that continues to undermine public health care, that continues to attack healthcare workers, that puts patients at risk, then yep, you're headed down that path. But I'm hoping, and I'm looking at the members across the aisle, hoping that some of those MLAs will stand up and will talk about what they're hearing when it comes to the public health care system. Perhaps they're hearing things that are different than me, but I'm doubtful. I'm truly doubtful. So I'm going to urge this UCP government to really think about this and to really think about the tone that they're setting for the future.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And maybe I'll start at the beginning of the honourable members. Sorry?
Sir, you should take your seat.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker.
My apologies. If you speak, you end up closing debate, and that is not the will of the Assembly, from what I gather at this point. So I will ask if there is any other members wishing to join debate on second reading of Bill 30, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address Bill 30, and I was ready to speak last night when we adjourned, so I will take a little bit of my time to respond to some of the things that were discussed last evening and try to articulate as best I can some of the concerns that I have with the nature of Bill 30. I was, of course, going to start with an opening line about the Americanization of Medicare, just to dispense with the Pavlovian jeer from the government side of the House, but I've decided not to go that direction. Because it's actually not, it distracts from what it actually is I'm concerned about when we talk about Bill 30 and when we talk about health care. Now, what I do want to preference my remarks with seriously is the fact that I am both very proud and very concerned about the existence of a strong healthcare system in our country, and of course, much of what I have to say is rooted in that the seriousness with which I take healthcare. As you know, I've been a instructor in the Faculty of Social Work, and one of the things that we talk about with many of the concerns and issues that social workers will find themselves dealing with is the underlying root causes of those concerns. And from that kind of research across many professions, well beyond social work, in fact, we kind of borrow the literature from health professions, is a concern about the social determinants of health. The argument there is that healthcare is a much broader concern than simply a question of, do we have good surgeries? Do we have good medication? But rather a concern about the complex interrelationship between people's well-being in a variety of areas in their lives and their effects on health. And so, I'm often arguing for us to improve our healthcare system by improving the structural barriers that exist in people's lives that actually lead to them coming into the healthcare system. I do share the government's concern that health is an expensive part of our budget in this province, and one that we should take very seriously and ensure that the money is used wisely. And as such, that is why I often advocate for poverty reduction strategies to be employed by the government, because we know that as we reduce poverty, we actually reduce the use of healthcare. As we reduce all of these kind of systemic barriers to people living a happy and healthy life in early childhood, for example, by having access to good early childhood education and so on, we reduce cost of health care. So I certainly share the concern that we need to pay attention to the cost for health care. But I am concerned that Bill 30 doesn't actually deal with the issues in a way that I think will be ultimately productive. I am concerned that we not do anything to the system that we presently have that will reduce or negatively affect the vast majority of people who access the system. We know that in the 2019 ranking of healthcare systems across 195 countries, Canada was given a score of 88 out of 100. Which actually put it in the top 10% of healthcare systems in the world. So we have the starting place of, while we certainly have work to do and improvements to be made, we actually have a system that's worth preserving, that has demonstrated positive results overall. That doesn't mean there aren't problematic areas or that that things could certainly be improved with concerted effort by the province of Alberta. But let's start with the system as it is constructed actually is one of the best in the world, and in fact the best in history. You can't go back in time and find a place where the type of healthcare that is available now and is as accessible as it is now has ever been available anywhere else in the world to the degree that we now have in the modern world. In fact, the only countries that actually did better on the 2017 ranking of healthcare are countries that typically spend more of their national budgets on healthcare services than Canada does. So we know that there's some real benefits to putting some money into the healthcare system. And of course, we are concerned that in some places they do use a greater degree of privatization to provide the services to the citizens in their countries in order to prevent costs to the government. But we know from the international comparisons that is not systemically better. We don't see that those countries that allow greater degrees of privatization doing significantly better overall. Certainly you can always find an example of some aspect of one procedure that may be better in one place or another. But that kind of cherry picking wouldn't give you a good view of where is it that we see the greatest good for the greatest number of people. And so I, of course, am very worried or cautious about the move toward any kind of privatization if, in fact, it's going to lead to the problems that we see in other countries, like in the United States, where there are issues of people not being covered at all by healthcare systems, or in the United States again, where the federal government actually spends more dollars per capita on healthcare than we do in Canada. Because of some of the problems that get created when privatization occurs. So that's why we get nervous as we watch the government make these moves in bringing more private bodies into the delivery of health care. And I know that the government is suggesting, well, there's no actual privatization in this bill, and I know that they're suggesting that they're simply saying that while we retain the single-payer system in the country, we will actually have delivery through private healthcare services under this bill. And has suggested that, of course, that has occurred already in the province of Alberta and occurred when the NDP were government. And so I guess those are some of the things I want to address in my first chance to speak to this bill. I have other things that I will speak to, but I just want to express some of my concerns about that. And partly it comes from the fact that I had an opportunity as a private member to bring forward a private member's motion to debate the protection of the single-payer, universally accessible health care that is available in Canada, in Alberta. Just a chance for government to stand up at that time and say exactly what they apparently are saying now, that they actually do support single-payer health care services. But unfortunately, their committee denied even the ability to have that discussion in this House. So you can see why I'm nervous. The stats don't really tell us it's a good way to go, and the government has already indicated to us that they actually don't want to stand up and say they support a universal single-payer healthcare system when they had an opportunity to do so. So I'm just giving a context of why I'm worried about the bill in the first place. Now, I know that the idea here is that we will introduce corporations into the system that perform a different function than the corporations that we presently have in the system have performed. And I think that's the point that I want to start with in my first sally at this Bill 30, and that is that we have had corporations, absolutely, who have been involved in this process, but the vast majority of those corporations have been of a particular sort of corporation, and that is that they are professional corporations. So what you actually have is people whose job it is to actually deliver healthcare services. That is what they do. That is what they went to school for, usually for doctors and particularly specialists for 12 to 15, 16 years for many of them. So they are clearly highly educated, knowledgeable about health, highly focused on health as the issue, the outcome that they seek when they construct the corporations that they have, and when they engage in practice. And they belong to associations such as the AMA or other kinds of associations, depending on what the nature of their job is, that have articles of ethics and who do supervision of practice and other factors which let you know that health is the primary focus and that good health outcomes are the desired result of all the effort that is put forward by them. And so, there's some assurances in that those multi-layers of the structure of the system that health is actually what it's all about. What I'm concerned about in this particular case is that the shift while it seems minor, is a beginning of a opening of a door, a thin edge of a wedge, if you would like to say, in which people who are now entering into the system are not people with training on health, are not people with professional associations that are ethics bound and focused on good positive health outcomes. In fact, they're essentially management and finance corporations that are involved in the healthcare system now. And good on them, I guess. But the fact is that the focus of those kind of corporations is different. You haven't gone to school for 17 years to ensure that people survive heart attacks. Instead, what you've gone to school is to learn how to maximize profits. And there's concern within the official opposition that sometimes that there's a conflict between the two. There's a conflict between how do you maximize profits and how do you actually provide good medical care. And if we introduce that into the system, then we have to worry that there needs to be some oversight or some kind of mechanism to ensure that health remains the primary and central and in fact should be almost the exclusive focus of any kind of health operation. And so we are a little concerned here in this particular situation that this other motive has been introduced and that there are examples, particularly in the American example, and of course we refer to America, none of us can live a day without watching the dramatic influence of the American mindset on what's happening here in Canada. And we see that in fact there are very often times when that profit motive does alter the health outcome motive. And for example, when a drug company in the States buys a drug from another company and then suddenly increases the cost of that drug by 2,000% simply because they can do that and there's money to be made in that way. Of course, it clearly doesn't help the health care of the people involved in the system. So it's just an example of the concern that's there. And why we're a little bit nervous here. Now, one of the things that also protects us from that conflict in that profit is that doctors in the province have the option and have had the option since the introduction of health care to work in the public system or to not work in the public system. That has never been denied them. They have the right to do that. And yet we see almost no doctors doing that. We see very few circumstances where doctors say, I am not going to work in the public system, I am going to exclusively work in the private system for profit. Because their focus is on health, and because health isn't a singular reality. Health is connected to a variety of other issues and concerns, and thank you.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise on 29-2A, not just to address the comments of Edmonton Rutherford, but for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood as well. And maybe I'll start with her comments related to her concern about having stability, especially during a pandemic, the need to have stability in the system, and that Albertans need to know that the healthcare system is going to be there, that they can rely on it. And so my question for our friends opposite is, then why fight for waiting lists? Why fight for less care in the system and not support us trying to have more publicly funded access to services in the system right now? And I note that the honourable member also referred to, and it was very scary the way it was pronounced, Madam Speaker, private for-profit clinics. And yet, my question for our colleagues opposite, is that how they would refer to their family physician's office? When they go and see their family physician, they go see a primary care physician, do they go into that clinic and say, wow, this is a private for-profit clinic? And they don't, Madam Speaker, because this is totally disingenuous. Almost all of our 10,800 physicians who work in this system are doing so not as employees, but as private and, cover your ears, for-profit businesses. Madam Speaker. These physicians are operating as independent businesses. They're vendors to us as government to provide patient services. It's what they wanted when Medicare first came to Canada. The physicians did not want to be employees. They wanted to be independent businesses to provide those services, most of them still on a fee-for-service basis here in Alberta. Now, the honourable member also mentioned Friends of Medicare, but look, Madam Speaker, I think the NDP have to do more to be able to try. Now, the honourable member also asked, why can't the Minister of Health also expand public health care? Unfortunately, the honourable member totally missed it. When we announced as part of Budget 2020 investment, as a capital investment as a part of the Alberta Surgical Initiative, disingenuous in attacking these incredibly important partners in the system for us to make sure that Albertans have the care that they need. And quite frankly, it's so disingenuous because the honourable member many times in this room has asked me about access for women to health care, and having no idea that if we were to shut down the chartered surgical facilities, we would be drastically limiting the access that women have to care in Alberta by closing two incredibly important clinics that provide access to women and to the care that they need in Alberta, Madam Speaker. Now, last, the honourable member started talking about the relationship that we have with physicians and the new physician funding compensation framework, Madam Speaker, and used the phrase that we tore up the agreement. Madam Speaker, the government executed a negotiated termination clause. There was a termination clause that was, they're laughing because they know it's true, Madam Speaker. They're laughing because they know it's true. And they know that they're being disingenuous about this. We negotiated, governments previous had negotiated a termination clause.
Are there any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 30 in second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening and speak to Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, and just quickly point out, it was interesting the comments that the health minister just made around the idea of the NDP as an opposition party having to find better advocates for the system, is the words that the minister used. And I find that quite ironic, first of all, because the physicians that have come forward to speak with the health critic, who has been doing an incredible job on this file of ensuring that physicians, while this government is ignoring them to the best of their ability, that somebody in government is listening. And so I appreciate that member's work. But the fact is that through the work of the member from Edmonton Centre, the health Minister of Health critic, he has had the opportunity to speak with many physicians, both in rural and urban communities. He's had the opportunity to bring forward concerns of profs from universities in Alberta who focus on healthcare in the system. And this government has went to great lengths, this premier specifically, to try and discredit these members and these physicians, these important healthcare providers in our community. This premier has went and attacked them personally, naming them, because he didn't believe in what the concerns that they were bringing forward are. And so I find it quite disingenuous for...
The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Very much. So I rise under, of course, 23H, I, and J, and I think, as the House Leader mentioned earlier, it's been a fairly regular to indicate that the government may attack somebody. I know that has been a previous ruling by Speaker and Speakers past, but that honourable member has specifically said that the Premier has attacked a particular person, and that is certainly, I would argue, can be abusive and insulting language, likely to cause disorder within this chamber, and of course imputes false motives upon the Honourable Premier. So I ask that he apologize, withdraw, and we continue on. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and this point of order is very familiar. I believe we had a very similar point of order just called on. I would suggest this is not a point of order, but a matter of debate, with the member getting colourful with his language. I would suggest that the member be allowed to continue with his remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, this does sound familiar, not that long ago, as noted by the Honourable Government Whip. Honourable members, I will again express caution in the words that we use and which might be inflammatory, especially when making what appear to be accusing remarks. It's not helpful because we're all going to get along this evening and we're going to get out of here at a reasonable time, I'm sure. And I know that the Honourable for Edmonton West Henday has a great rest of his speech planned, and I ask you to please proceed with the cautions expressed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that caution, and I apologize if it created any disorder. And so the point I was trying to make is that during press conferences that this government has held, they have personally named physicians in this province who have come out against their plans. And so when the health minister says, well, why can't you find any advocates? Well, number one, these physicians are working as hard as they can, as desperately as they can, to take care of their communities, both rural and urban, in the midst of a global pandemic which has affected so many communities across this province. And so, on top of that fact, the other point is when these people, these physicians and healthcare providers come forward, they're confronted, and this has been raised through media reports and social media, they have been confronted on their own doorsteps, in their own driveways by the health minister. So it is quite concerning that on one hand, when somebody does speak out, the minister or whoever it might be tries to discredit these physicians, these members of the healthcare community, and on the other hand, the minister asks why none of them will come forward. Now, the timing of this legislation is also incredibly important. As these physicians and these healthcare aides and nurses and providers are doing their best to support our communities through a global pandemic, this government brings forward and imposes legislation against them, telling them, well, maybe not specifically through this legislation, but telling them where they can work, how they can work there, if they're allowed to leave, telling them if they do leave because of the decisions by this government that they have to find a replacement for themselves. I mean, this is completely against the Charter. And I imagine quite soon that this will be sent to the courts, and we will see how that ruling is made. But this is not new. This is not a new direction from this government. We know that the UCP, and it's a plan that might be working for them. We'll see how it pans out. But they thrive in chaos. And in the midst of this global pandemic, this government is trying to impose strong things against physicians in our province, and it's very concerning for me. And once again, across this province, not only in healthcare, this government is trying to impose their anti-worker agenda, and it doesn't matter if they're in healthcare, if they're construction workers trying to get paid for overtime, if they're parents with sick children expecting time off and paid leave, something that this government committed to but went back on that decision after telling the public that, don't worry, we have your backs. If you need paid leave because you have a family member that's sick, if you have a child that's sick, that you will have that paid leave. It didn't happen, Madam Speaker. So it's not surprising that here we are in the midst of a pandemic with a government that is attacking the very foundation of our healthcare system. And it has been raised several times. Some of these communities who are being directly affected by the decisions of this government and by the actions of this health minister, hospital resignations or clinic closures in several specifically rural communities: Athabasca, Rocky Mountain House, Canmore, Cochrane, Okotoks, Peace River, Rimbey, Westlock, Three Hills, Bragg Creek, Drayton Valley. The list goes on, Madam Speaker, and those members are sitting in this House today silently. And I can only imagine, well, I can't imagine what those conversations with the physicians in their own community are. I imagine a lot of unreturned emails, because those physicians and those healthcare workers are reaching out to their MLAs. And when they don't get responses, they reach out to the member from Edmonton Centre, the health critic, who has been doing an incredible job of advocating for these physicians in such a difficult time, when it seems like no one in the government is willing to listen to them. Because these physicians were willing to sit down at the table, and they were sitting at the table, to negotiate compensation. And instead of going through that negotiation process, this government decided, through legislation, once again, quite different than the story that the health minister is telling through legislation, ripping up those contracts or giving themselves the power to rip up those contracts. And it has been very frustrating for those physicians. And I remember quite clearly, well, maybe not that clearly since I forget which community, but I believe it was in Rimbey Rocky Mountain or Olds, that there was a meeting brought together, a town hall meeting brought together by the community because of concerns of their physicians' compensation or physicians potentially leaving or clinical closures. And, you know, many of the members, I watched almost the entire town hall on Facebook, and many of the community members were saying, boy, I wish the member from Rimbey Rocky Mountain was the healthcare minister, and everyone seemed to agree at that point. And, well, the physician that was there, I believe, is who it was, said, well, I talked to him on the phone, and he said, you know, becoming the health minister is where good politicians go to not be politicians anymore. And so, you know, with the actions of this health minister, I can see that becoming the case very, very shortly. Now,
the honourable member for Calgary West.
Rise under again HI&J. You know, I guess what concerns me here in listening to the honourable member talk is I'm not really hearing a debate of the of the bill itself. What I'm hearing is just personal attacks against the health minister, and you know, to say that this doesn't cause disruption or disorder within this chamber, I think is not accurate. I certainly would highly recommend that this honourable member debate this bill, which is why we are here in this chamber, and stop with just the personal attacks against the healthcare minister. I don't think that's becoming of this House, and I certainly don't believe that's becoming of any member of the opposition or a member of this government to make personal attacks against people. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as the honourable member from Edmonton Millwoods argued earlier, this is certainly not a point of order. The member was actually using the words of the Minister of Environment and Parks when a point of order was called, and I would like to ask that we allow that member to continue to share his points of view on Bill 30. Thank you.
Well, members, I, in this case, would tend to actually agree with the arguments of the government. We're veering off the topic of Bill 30 in a roundabout way and talking more about the minister or persons or whatever. Anyway, honourable member, I just ask, steer it back to the bill. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that reminder. Once again, it's important to have that reminder every once in a while, and so thank you for that. And once again, I'm just trying to lay some of the framework of how we got here, because those town halls were happening months ago, and instead of actually coming up with a plan to get back to the negotiating table with these physicians, the government has done the opposite. They've told these physicians that if they won't work within the framework that they've been given by this government and that this government is trying to impose on them, that they are going to force a new framework on them. And it's very concerning. And so, you know, the UCP over the last year have gone on to and have been quick to generalize that physicians in our province get paid more per capita than any other province, but also ignore the factors that have led to that result. One of the most important being the high cost of living in this province, excuse me, and that goes for many industries, whether we're talking about other instances of government workers, or if we're talking about construction workers. Traditionally, up until the last 5 years, construction workers have been some of the highest paid across Canada, and once again, because of the cost of living, and not only in urban centres but in rural communities. And it's an important decision. As a government, we should doing the best we can to support physicians and construction workers, whoever it might be, to go work in these rural communities, but it is not the right decision to unilaterally try and force them into those communities. And if they make the decision to move away, instead of going through a process of finding a new physician that wants to work in that community, this government is saying that they will force somebody out there, or if they're already out there, that they will force them to find a replacement. And so instead of negotiating in good faith, this government is forcing their hand, which is very concerning. And the member from Edmonton-Rutherford made a very good point, that if we're talking about bringing down healthcare costs, we have to look at the root causes. And I remember back to budget deliberations, I believe in the first budget that was brought forward. Of course, we didn't have any of those during this next budget because the government didn't feel any need to be transparent about the estimates process, which is another story. But I questioned the seniors minister about why they were making the decision to cut important supports for seniors. Some of those supports being chairlifts, compression socks for those with high blood pressure or those with diabetes. And the minister said, well, that money's being redirected. And it's very similar to the story from the Children's Services Minister about money for childcare in our province, which is another stabilizer and equalizer of economic opportunities. That minister used the same wording, redirected funding. Well, it's been redirected out of her ministry. So we're wondering, where's the money going? And that hasn't been transparent up to this point. And it's very unfortunate because once again, if we're preventing and using preventative medicine, then we would be able to reduce these costs. But we've seen very little from this government on that front. And I can tell you, during the campaign, in 2015, and again, even more so in 2019, I had so many people come to me saying that they were concerned about the direction of this government, even with the big cardboard cutout healthcare guarantee promised by the leader of the UCP. They were concerned about the direction of this UCP if they were to become government. And here we are. They're changing in the middle of a pandemic. The way that we are funding our physicians, the way that physicians have the ability to move through the province and interprovincially, their nightmares are becoming reality, Madam Speaker. And I don't know what I'm supposed to go back and tell them, because we can only do so much. The fact is, this government has a majority government in this House, and they, if they so choose, will pass this legislation. And even with all of the physicians coming forward to say that they will not be able to work within this province because of the changes that this government is making, the private members in this government in those rural communities who are being affected the most are virtually silent on this issue. And when those physicians come forward, they're being told that they're being unreasonable, or the fact is we need to bring those costs down. But once again, this is not a good time for that. There's no doubt, and this government, this premier has said very clearly that a fiscal reckoning is coming. But we could have had a lot better negotiations. We could have came to a better place if we simply sat down at the negotiation table and went through the process like it is supposed to be. The fact is, this government, while they say they support a single-payer, universal healthcare system, their actions are proving quite the opposite. And at the same time, as they're redirecting funding from the Children's Services Ministry, as they're going back on their commitment to invest in AISH to inflation, something that they supported when they were Wildrose opposition, values that they seem to have forgotten as they became government, as they took power, and as a new leader came in. It's very frustrating that at the same time those programs are being cut, we're seeing the acceleration of the $4.7 billion corporate handout. So instead of supporting children, instead of preventative medicine and opportunities for prevention, in investing in seniors, investing in childcare, investing in education, this government is instead handing that money that was once earmarked for those programs to large multinational, in many instances, corporations. And so, once again, I would just have to ask, why now? In the middle of a pandemic, while nurses and physicians and healthcare aides, long-term care workers are doing their best to support our communities through this, why is this government trying to undermine them? And it's not just through this legislation. It's through the words of the minister as that member stands up and talks about how physicians are overpaid in our province, and the premier at one point not that long ago saying that between surgeries, OR doctors are sitting down for coffee, completely completely not fair to those physicians, because that is not the case. The physicians in our public system are working as hard as they can, and they didn't just start during the pandemic. They have been working as hard as they can for decades and decades. And so it's very unfortunate to see the Premier undermining the hard work of those healthcare providers and healthcare workers. Now, once again, with the changes that we're seeing in here, this is a massive omnibus piece of healthcare legislation, changing 9 pieces of legislation with very little consultation. Well, I would argue no consultation. Why now? Why are you doing this to the physicians and the people taking care of our communities right now? The fact is, physicians and healthcare providers do not have much faith in this government. And so, once again, going back to the comments right before I spoke of the healthcare minister saying, where are your advocates? They are all over. They are in our emails, they are on social media, they are not only the healthcare providers, but the patients of those healthcare providers who are saying, please stop. Here's stories of my child in the Stollery. Here's stories of my child at the U of A, or my family member, my grandfather, who is desperately needing care.
Members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel compelled to rise in part to refute some patently false claims that were made about me by the member opposite. Unless I misheard, I believe he began by saying that I had personally attacked certain physicians, that I had named certain physicians and had attacked them, questioned their integrity, and words to that effect. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is patently and objectively false. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have not attacked any physician at any time. I have not named any physician. Madam Speaker, when entering into debate on the question of physician compensation, my commentary has been limited to the hard data points about physician compensation in Alberta. I have never referenced a particular physician, except in a complimentary fashion, perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so why would the member invent that, especially when I'm sitting here and can refute that? I mean, could he, Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand to be corrected if he can cite some quotation, some source, where perhaps while I was sleepwalking, I suddenly decided to launch a campaign of defamation against a particular, it's simply a complete figment of his imagination. Why would he make that up, Madam Deputy Speaker? Why would he invent that? Like, why? Why? It's because it's the classic tactic of the NDP. Fear and smear, defamation and division, without consequence, without accountability. They get away with it over and over again. I'm not going to sit here in silence as they accuse me of something which is patently false. I would ask, when he takes the floor again, that member to retract and to apologize, to do the right thing. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps he read something from some third-hand politicized source online or something and he believed it. I mean, we all make mistakes, that's fair, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we should take ownership of them when we do. Madam Deputy Speaker, this member continued the NDP nonsense about this being the privatization of health. He just said this was a massive omnibus bill. Again, Madam Deputy Speaker, either he hasn't read it or he's making stuff up. Here's the bill. People on television, 33 pages. 33 pages. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a massive bill. This is about an average size bill. A massive bill runs in the hundreds of pages of length. This is not. How does he think he gets away with that? It's right here, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's actually 32 and a half pages, Madam Deputy Speaker. Why does he make it up? He said that this is about undermining the universal healthcare system. Madam Deputy Speaker, all of the services proposed in this bill, 100% of them are funded 100% by Alberta Health, by the Government of Alberta, by Medicare, 100%. This bill has precisely nothing to do with the private provision of services outside the single-payer universal healthcare system. How do they think they can get away with making that up? I think it's become such a deeply ingrained habit for the NDP to make things up, and unfortunately, there's an element of their base that buys it, that falls for the fear. And I think when they give speeches like that, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I intimated the other day in question period, it's partly because they send out fundraising emails to gullible supporters who actually believe it. But they can do better. The members here can read the bill, as I did yesterday, saying that if the minister shall not approve a proposed agreement, that is an agreement with a chartered surgical facility, unless the minister is satisfied that the provision of insured surgical services as contemplated under the proposed agreement would be consistent with the principles of the Canada Health Act. It's right there, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not an opinion, a fact. They're going to vote against that. And they carry on it. But again, I challenged them last night. If the streamlining of agreements with chartered surgical facilities facilitated in this bill is so terrible, then why did the NDP permit the operation of chartered surgical facilities during their 4-year tenure? Why did they contract out 15% of surgeries to privately operated corporations doing day surgeries? Why is it a dystopian nightmare that ends health care under this government, but it was business as normal under the NDP? Could they please explain that, Madam Deputy Speaker?
Members wishing to join debate on Bill 30 in second reading, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise tonight to talk to Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. And I feel like I can't start this evening talking about this piece of legislation without first recognizing the many medical officials that are working so hard right now during this pandemic. I have friends, family, constituents that have been giving it their everything since the very beginning of this pandemic, anticipating what was coming, taking steps to make sure that their families would be taken care of during this time, because they knew that their lives would change because they were the front line, and their commitment to serving Albertans was incredible, and it remains incredible. I have to say that our healthcare professionals in the province have done an exceptional job in making sure that this pandemic has been as non-escalating as possible. The amount of care that they provide, the testing that they provide has been absolutely phenomenal, and I have to say that I'm very proud to call myself an Albertan and to know so many of these healthcare professionals that work every day. So in saying that, I can also say that concerns that I've heard from physicians, from healthcare providers in the province, definitely started well before the pandemic. There's been an unrest with physicians in this province that started since this government was elected, and I think that for the government members to say that this is fear and smear and this is coming from us, this is absolutely not coming from us. This is coming from physicians that I've had phone calls with in February of this year that were in tears, devastated about the fee guide that was being proposed and the negative implications that that would have directly on their ability to provide patient care. We know that many, if not all, physicians or people in the healthcare field get into this field because they want to serve people and they want to take care of people. That's the nature of this profession. And when we're looking at this Bill 30, I've heard physicians say that, again, it feels like it's another attack on them, and they're unsettled, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's really concerning to hear how flip government can be about this and how dismissive they are about these concerns that are being brought forward, because I know I'm hearing them. I'm hearing them from doctors, from nurses, from patients, from families. We're inundated with people that are terrified about the steps and decisions that this government has made so far regarding healthcare, and to see this piece of legislation, it definitely continues their path that they've created to attack our healthcare system. This piece of legislation, Bill 30, is absolutely not patient-centered or person-centered, for that matter. It is profit-centered, and that's something that they've been denying. And when you have physicians look at this and come to you and explain that this is absolutely opening the door to privatized American-style healthcare, I'm going to believe them. They are the experts in this field, and to hear the Premier just now say that this piece of legislation is not an omnibus, I think is quite interesting, because when you look at the pieces of legislation that this bill changes, there's 9 pieces of legislation that are impacted in this one bill. So that's the Health Quality Council of Alberta Amendment Act, the Health Professions Amendment Act, Healthcare Protection Amendment Act, Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act, Regional Health Authorities Amendment Act, Hospital Amendment Act, Public Health Act, Health Governance Transition Act, Provincial Health Authorities of Alberta Act. 9 pieces of legislation, all in this one bill. So to say that it's not omnibus, I think is interesting, to say the least, Madam Speaker. You know, I grew up in rural Alberta, and my grandparents aged in rural Alberta. And to hear recently that there's physicians announcing upcoming hospital resignations or clinic closures all across this province is frightening. The communities that have been named are Athabasca, Rocky Mountain House, Canmore, Cochrane, Okotoks, Peace River, Rimbey, Westlock, Three Hills, Bragg Creek, Drayton Valley, Cold Lake, Lacombe, Pincher Creek, Fort McMurray, Ponoka, and Claresholm. That is a significant number of communities that are not going to have the same level of healthcare access that they have before. And so what does that mean to those surrounding communities? It means that they're going to be busier. It means that they're not going to be able to get in to see a physician when they need to. It's terrifying to think of the impacts that all of these physicians leaving those clinics or hospitals is going to have, not just in those communities, but on the communities that surround them. And so, to me, when we're talking about Bill 30 and the Health Statutes Amendment Act, it simply doesn't make sense why in the middle of a global pandemic, we are still going after our healthcare system in this province. We need to take a step back and listen to the experts, listen to the physicians, fix the mistakes that they made when it came to the fee guide, and really try and just at least stabilize the healthcare system that we have now. Why they're contributing to more chaos and this potential to move to privatized healthcare is terrifying. So they talk about fear and smear. They talk about, don't listen to them. Well, I'm listening to the doctors because, in my opinion, hearing from the experts, hearing to those that this is their profession, listening to the AMA, who had just recently quoted that 42% of doctors are considering leaving Alberta as of July 10th. To me, if I had heard that statistic, I certainly would look at the decisions that had been made up to date, and I wouldn't look at doing a complete overhaul of the healthcare system that we have right now. It just simply does not make sense. And hearing over and over, excuse me, Madam Speaker, that our physicians are pleading with this government to have them at the table. They want a voice at the table. They want to be listened to. They want to be part of the solution. And why this government wouldn't take advantage of that is just beyond anything that I can absolutely comprehend. We have physicians coming out saying that they feel threatened by this government, that they've seen instances where this health minister has shown some less than desirable behaviors towards physicians. And they want to talk. They want to be part of the solution. And in my practice, one of the best ways to come up with solutions is to go to those that are directly impacted. So talking to physicians, talking to nurses, talking to patients, talking to patient advocates. I know that there's been many groups that have been very vocal on social media. Excuse me, Patients for Alberta Doctors has been incredibly vocal about their concerns, pleading with government to listen to them and their stories. A lot of those individuals are parents of medically fragile children, and I think that they should be considered when we're looking at some of these things. I know that there's been numerous constituents that have reached out to me expressing concern about the way that our healthcare system is going, and that fear that with all of these physicians leaving the rural portions of our province, they're going to be coming into other areas, which puts a bigger impact on those other hospitals and clinics all around the province. If they're closing, it means they have to go somewhere else, which increases wait times, increases diagnostic times. It just creates more of a strain on the system. And so why they would introduce Bill 30 right now to, again, offer more instability and more chaos in the middle of a pandemic just simply doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. I know that, excuse me, right now, the way that this is going is very scary, and it's absolutely the wrong path for Alberta. We know that our hard-working doctors, nurses, they've literally put themselves in harm's way. They're coming to government saying, please sit with us, work with us. We want to stay. We don't want to have to pick up our practice, thank you, and move it outside of where our children have grown up, where our roots are. But they're feeling that they have to move. And it's something that's frightening. I know that I've heard over and over that there's a definite mistrust with the Minister of Health and this government from physicians. We know that it's been expressed, it's been debated in this House. We've seen it on social media, and I know that the government is very aware of that. The thing that concerns me is that not only are we still in a pandemic, but there's many predictions that there's a second wave coming. And so our healthcare system, like I spoke earlier, has responded brilliantly. And they're preparing for that. So why they would introduce this piece of legislation right now, when we know that there's more concern coming, it doesn't make sense. We need right now is leadership in government. We need leadership in healthcare. And we need stability. Albertans need to know that their government is taking this pandemic seriously, and the first thing to do that is supporting our healthcare system, because ultimately that's what's going to lead to success in making sure that as many Albertans are taken care of and come through this COVID in good health. And so I'm just quite perplexed, Madam Speaker, that at this point we're destabilizing our healthcare system. I know that there's many people all across the province that have expressed frustration. You hear things like patient-centered care, and that's a movement that's happening when there's families that are involved in advising hospitals how the healthcare system could be improved at that facility, perhaps at a clinic. And those doctors are listening to patients so that they can improve their practice. But this government isn't listening to doctors about how we can best not only get through this pandemic, but work through our healthcare system and have a system that actually is stable, effective, cost efficient. It doesn't need to go to this. It doesn't need to open doors that potentially move to a profit-centered care. I don't believe that a patient should have to consider what their credit card limit is to go visit the doctor. It's just something that shouldn't be a concern for people when so many Albertans right now are struggling to make ends meet. They're impacted by business closures, they're impacted by so many different factors right now, and putting one more potential cost onto Albertans is just simply not okay. It's a stressor that can be avoided. If this is legislation that they want to bring forward, I think a robust consultation with physicians is essential. And we hear over and over that physicians just want to talk. They want to be at the table. They want to be part of that discussion. They want to help. And so to have them ignored, ridiculed, is just simply not acceptable. It doesn't create an environment where there's a trust between the government and our physicians. I know as an Albertan, I rely heavily on our incredible healthcare system that we have. And I know my doctor has been in tears over the cuts and the impacts. And so going to visit my doctor used to be just a how am I doing, what's going on, an update, and now it's pleading. How can they make a difference? How can they get the government to listen? My doctor says she's never ever been politically involved before. She has posters put up saying, reach out to your MLA. This is what's happening. This is what the government's proposing. This is something that I've never experienced before, Madam Speaker. So to know that doctors, thank you.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I see the Honourable Member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was particularly interested in hearing about the member from Edmonton Castledowns' personal doctor, telling about that doctor's perspective. And so I just wondered if the member would be willing to continue her thoughts about what she's hearing from the people in her life and her constituents around Bill 30 and concerns generally speaking around the relationship between doctors and the current government. Thank you.
Edmonton Castledowns.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You know, I never thought I would be in a province where this was happening, that healthcare was in the position that it is right now. It's just simply something that is what I consider to be unimaginable, that we would be in a place today in 2020, especially in a pandemic, where we're debating Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, and in a place where, as an elected official, I'm seeing incredible fear and stress put on by physicians about how are they going to be able to provide the health care to their patients that they signed up for. That's what is behind this. The physicians aren't feeling that they have the ability to provide the health care that they signed up to provide. I truly believe that physicians get into medicine because they want to help. They want to do better for people. And to say that it's about money and it's the highest paid, I mean, that is just absolutely never something that I've heard from a physician, that my wage is going to be cut. I'm going to make less money. No, I'm not going to be able to access the same services and provide to my patients as I have in the past. I'm going to have to cut clinic hours. I'm not able to do the things that I signed up to do. They're worried. They're worried about the seniors on their caseloads. They're worried about that patient that they might see every day. They're worried about people that are going to be impacted in rural Alberta. We already, prior to this, had struggles all across the country in getting physicians to the level that we need them at. There's already doctor shortages. And so to put this in right now, it just simply doesn't make sense. It seems cruel to do this in the middle of a pandemic. And trying to advocate alongside so many patients, so many physicians, they're afraid. And I think that it's unfortunate that government is saying it's because we're getting people worked up. People are taking the time. People are paying attention to what this government is doing. They know what's happening. It's not us going to them. It's people coming to us saying, we're afraid. What can we do? What can we do to have an impact on this government? And I've heard members speak about, government rolling through things. They have the majority, and really it doesn't matter what the opposition is saying, what Albertans are saying. They're going to do what they want. And this is definitely a case with this piece of legislation, because physicians are saying they haven't been talked to. They're not listening to them. And this isn't something new. This has been ongoing since government has started to mess around with our healthcare system. And I don't understand why we have thousands of professionals here in the province that are willing to speak, that truly want to make it better, are simply being ignored or ridiculed. I don't understand how the government believes that it's our actions that are causing this stress. It's clearly the actions of this government that's making this unsettled unrest strain within this profession. And when doctors are pleading to have a voice at the table, something's gone wrong. Something has absolutely gone wrong. When we see that 42% of doctors are considering leaving this province, that is a huge red flag that something is not on the right path. And to add this piece of legislation at this time simply does not make sense. The government needs to take a step back and listen to physicians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, we are on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. If there are any other members seeking to rise on debate, I see the honourable member for Edmonton South. Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. And Madam Speaker, I think a number of my colleagues tonight have spoken at length to the Health Statutes Amendment Act and have spoken, I think, quite clearly as to why the opposition, the official opposition here, opposes the majority of aspects in Bill 30. Because we know, and Albertans know, that Bill 30 is simply a major step in this UCP government's rush to bring a failing American-style healthcare here to Alberta. And Madam Speaker, I think it's pretty clear that this is deliberately weakening the public healthcare system that Albertans rely on. We're talking about moving things like more surgeries, tests, and other procedures into the for-profit American-style private sector. And let's be clear, Madam Speaker, to be abundantly clear for those listening at home, this is not patient-centered care. It's not person-centered care. It's profit-centered care. And Madam Speaker, I think that when we look at our healthcare system, when we look at what is happening in our healthcare system, and we look at at light of the current global pandemic, and of course the pandemic that's affecting us here at home, we can see very clearly the shortcomings of this American-style privately delivered long-term care facilities, for example. These privatized for-profit American-style facilities have much worse outcomes than our public facilities, and it's coming at the expense of Alberta seniors and their families. And Madam Speaker, it's becoming also very clear that this government isn't satisfied to just give $4.7 billion away to their corporate shareholders, friends, and donors. Indeed, those friends and donors now have to make money on the backs of sick and injured Albertans. I think this is the wrong path for Albertans. I think doctors agree that this is the wrong path for Albertans, and doctors are very clearly speaking out about this. We've seen the AMA actually sue the health minister over his actions and his attack on the healthcare sector. We've seen private doctors be accosted by this health minister on their driveway at their home. Right? And it's simply ludicrous, the types of attacks that this government will make on our healthcare professionals. Doctors do not trust the Minister of Health. Healthcare practitioners do not trust the Minister of Health. They don't trust this Premier. They don't trust this government, and they shouldn't trust this government. Because with this bill, we know that corporate profits are going to soar. Patients are going to suffer, and taxpayers are going to be left footing the bill. So, Madam Speaker, it's very clear that this government needs to do better It's very clear this bill is not good enough. And in fact, it is overwhelmingly a bad bill. It's very clear that this bill is not supported by the vast majority of people who actually deliver health care in communities. We've seen in public surveys that almost 42% of all physicians in this province, the majority of which are in rural areas, are looking at leaving the province. There are hospitals, for example, in Pincher Creek, who will have no doctors come the end of this pandemic. It's absolutely shocking the distrust the medical field and the medical professionals that keep Albertans safe have with this government. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's very important that we actually consult with Albertans when we move forward with such radical changes to our healthcare system. When we move forward with such ideologically radical American-style changes to our healthcare system, it's important that we actually have the opportunity to talk to Albertans and say, is this for-profit American-style system that's going to be at the expense of taxpayers, that's going to profit off of sick and injured Albertans, is that what Albertans want? Is that what the health practitioners want? Is that the type of system they want to operate in and work in? I think that's very important. And Madam Speaker, fortunately we have measures in this place that we can approach these and have those types of conversations. Fortunately, I have an amendment I'd like to move forward today, actually. I have an amendment, and I'd be happy to wait for perhaps our LASS to bring this to the table. I've got the original here, and I would be happy to move this amendment. Madam Speaker, would I be able to read it into the record now, or would you prefer yeah.
Can you take the original, or do I?
The original.
You take the original. Okay. Honourable Member, this amendment will be known as REF1. If you can read it into the record for us, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would move that the motion for second reading of Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be not now read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. Now, Madam Speaker, it's pretty clear that this government hasn't done their homework. It's pretty clear that physicians don't believe this government when they speak on health care. It's pretty clear that this government does not have the trust of Albertans or our healthcare professionals, whether it's our nurses or nurse practitioners or our doctors, whoever it is, Madam Speaker, it's pretty clear that they don't trust this government. They don't trust this government not to bring in an American-style system, not to bring in a for-profit system that is going to hurt patient care and is going to hurt the average Albertan. So I believe, Madam Speaker, that it's essential that we refer this to a committee that will have the ability to actually go out and speak to Albertans and speak to physicians and speak to nurses and speak to providers and understand what these changes will mean for families and understand what these changes will mean for Albertans. Because, Madam Speaker, this is an omnibus piece of health legislation, right? And we speak often in this case about omnibus legislation, but this one addresses 9 pieces of legislation: the Health Quality Council of Alberta, the Health Professions Act, the Healthcare Protection Act, the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act, the Regional Health Authorities Act, Hospitals Act, the Public Health Act, the Health Governance Transition Act, the Provincial Health Authorities Act. And Madam Speaker, it's pretty clear that all 9 pieces of legislation are essential to how we deliver health care here in this province. And it's pretty clear that this government has not gained the trust of the people they're trying to govern over, right? Indeed, it's actually so clear that the government no longer has the trust of physicians that today, actually, we found out the health minister is directing physicians that they can't leave if they don't want to practice anymore. Right? How ludicrous is that? How absurd is it to actually hear the health minister say that the doctors must give servitude to the people of Alberta and are not able to practice of their own free will? That's actually what this government is doing, right? And that's the level of which the relationship between our healthcare providers and this government has broken down to. That's the level with which Albertans do not trust this health minister and do not trust this premier. It is abundantly clear that this government is unfit to govern on the health file. right? Madam Speaker, it's very clear that when members of this Premier's staff, whether it's the issues management team, the press secretaries, the Minister of Health himself, go after physicians and healthcare practitioners on social media or in the traditional media, Madam Speaker, when they attack doctors and they attack individuals on Twitter and social media, and they are acting on behalf of this government, using taxpayer dollars to do this during the work day, Madam Speaker, it becomes abundantly clear that this government is actually resentful towards our healthcare providers, is actually intentionally antagonizing many of these healthcare workers. And that is absolutely shameful. It's absolutely shameful. So instead of going after the people who are keeping us safe, instead of going after the people that are keeping us healthy in the middle of a global health emergency, a global health pandemic, perhaps we should actually talk to them. And we should actually talk to the people that provide our health care and talk to the people that receive the health care, such as Albertans, and understand what the impacts and implications of Bill 30 will be, and understand what the impacts of Americanizing our health care are going to be, and bringing in for-profit systems that are profitable only on the backs of sick and injured Albertans. That, I think, Madam Speaker, is a very reasonable thing to say. I think it's very reasonable that we need to put the brakes on this piece of legislation, send it to a committee. In this case, we happen to have a Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee, so something that is already designed to address these sorts of issues, to address these complicated issues in healthcare, and actually say, hey, maybe we got this wrong. Maybe we need to actually talk to the delivery providers of these services, talk to the corporations that are going to be providing these services, talk to the doctors that are going to be providing these services, talk to the nurses that are practicing in these facilities, talk to the pharmacists that are practicing in these facilities, talk to the nurse practitioners who are in these facilities, talk to Albertans who reside or receive treatment in these facilities, and actually understand the implications that we're going to have. And instead, it turns out, Madam Speaker, that this government did none of those things, right? This government, instead of doing those things, told doctors, and then we found on the other day, actually is telling doctors that they must continue to practice, even if they don't wish to. Right? In what workplace is that reasonable, Madam Speaker? Can you compel an employee to work? And that is a very absurd kind of almost totalitarian action this government is taking. Right? It is absurd because this government is directing physicians to work without their free will. And that, again, Madam Speaker, it speaks to the breakdown of this relationship. It speaks to the breakdown of trust. It speaks to the breakdown of the ability for physicians and doctors and other healthcare practitioners to actually believe that there is a working relationship between them and this health minister, and between them and this government. Because this government, this health minister, this Premier's staff have repeatedly antagonized healthcare practitioners, health professionals on social media and in traditional media. They've repeatedly gone after individual doctors, and indeed this health minister even went to the home of a physician and accosted him in front of his family on his own driveway. That is the level of which this is breaking down.
The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Thank you. I certainly hate to interrupt his Facebook post feed, but I'm going to rise under 23H, I, and J, and again, it's personal attacks against the health minister. Attack. It's all he seems to be arguing. I really would appreciate. He's introduced this amendment. I highly hope that he sticks to the argument in regards to the amendment for which he would like to send this to a standing committee. But, Madam Speaker, I mean, it's I know the argument is going to, by the opposition, is going to indicate that this is a matter of debate, but it is certainly not becoming of this House. It is creating disorder to constantly attack the healthcare minister, to attack other members within the government side. It's just, I'm here representing Calgary West, as many are representing their own constituencies, to listen to constructive debate on this piece of legislation. And I highly would recommend that this member get to the debate as opposed to just personal attacks against other members of this chamber. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will, as the Government Deputy House Leader has suggested, suggests this is a matter of debate, and more so than a matter of debate, Madam Speaker, this is something that has been incredibly well documented in the media and is in the public awareness that the Minister of Health did go to a doctor's home and on their driveway yell at that doctor. And so this is material to the debate as we are talking about changes to the health system and the deteriorating relationship between this government and doctors. And so not only is the member on topic, he is speaking factually about incidents that happen. This is not a personal attack. This is a recounting of the recent history. And I would suggest that the member be allowed to continue his remarks in this regard, as he is contributing to second reading of Bill 30, which touches on these important issues. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, additional points to add to the debate?
Additional information, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
And just quickly to add that I think the point needs to be made that it is irrelevant, whether or not what the member from Edmonton South is speaking about is documented in the media. The question is whether or not all of those ramblings have got anything to do with this bill before this chamber or the amendment. And in my considered opinion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the answer is no. And on that particular basis, it is a point of order.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In just a very brief summary here, I believe that the comments that I am making are indeed relevant to specifically the referral amendment, because I'm speaking to the justification of why the relationship that exists currently between the government and our healthcare practitioners that are being affected by the bill necessitates the referral to a committee to repair these relationships.
We deal with the point of order now and then maybe go back to regular debate in this chamber. Thank you for the participation in this extensive point of order. I appreciate the various points of view and allowing me the opportunity to rule on this point of order that has been called. And while this is not a point of order, and this is a matter of debate, I would seriously urge the honourable member to veer away from comments that could certainly create disorder in this House, in which it is and has been done in the past. So, honourable member, you are speaking to a referral amendment, REF1, and please proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will certainly take that under advisement. And certainly I think that it is very clear in this place that the Alberta Medical Association, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and certainly organizations like the United Nurses of Alberta and the Alberta Union of Provincial Employees, organizations that represent a large number of healthcare employees, whether it is doctors, practitioners, nurses, whatever it is, Madam Speaker, that it certainly appears that the changes that are being made to the Public Health Act, the changes that are being made to many of these, the Health Professions Act and the Healthcare Protection Act and all of these acts, Madam Speaker, have felt they have not been heard. It is very clear that these organizations, whether it's the workers or patient advocacy groups, feel that they have not been heard. It's very clear that Albertans feel that they have not been heard because Bill 30, which introduces an American-style for-profit healthcare system and paves the way for this American-style healthcare system in Alberta, is something that is a drastic change to how we deliver healthcare. It is something that is a drastic change to how we approach healthcare. And Albertans deserve to have their voice heard. Albertans deserve to have the opportunity to have input on this bill. And certainly we have a select special committee on this already. We have a select special committee whose stated purpose is to review the Public Health Act. It's in the name of the committee, Madam Speaker. Yet here we are in this place amending the Public Health Act. So why don't we actually give the committee the opportunity to do their job? Why doesn't this government that struck this committee, that actually created the committee themselves, why does the government not actually want this committee to have the opportunity to give input on the bill before we move forward to it? I think that's something that's very concerning. I think it's very concerning because it speaks to the government not wanting these organizations and these individuals to have the ability to have input before we rush forward with this Americanization, before we rush forward with this dangerous ideological program, Madam Speaker. It's pretty clear that when we're hearing, for example, Dr. Lorian Hardcastle, a University of Calgary professor of healthcare law and who is an expert in this field, that basically has already said that private clinics tend to take less complex, less sick, cheaper to treat cases from the public system, and the public system is then left with more expensive and complex cases. And really, it doesn't actually save any money. Indeed, it can cost more money. Madam Speaker, Dr. Hardcastle also talks about how we may find ourselves with a system where basically Albertans are no longer able to access care on the basis of need. Instead, they'll be accessing care on the basis of how much they can pay. And that is what is extremely concerning about this bill. It's that professionals and experts in the field, whether they are practitioners or policy experts, are all raising a plethora of concerns about the rushed implementation of this, the rapid implementation of this Americanization, the rapid implementation of this for-profit system, without a stop to actually talk to the physicians, to actually talk to the nurses, to actually talk to the policy experts and say, what are the long-term impacts going to be? What are the effects going to be? When we see that 42% of doctors, almost half of all doctors in the province, are looking at leaving the province, are looking at leaving the province and not having the physicians. And then we see that the health minister has no plan to replace this, posting for hundreds of doctors and then directing doctors that they are not allowed to stop work. That is, and it speaks to the concern that we have and why this referral is so important. It speaks to why we need to have the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee actually go out and speak to these Albertans and speak to doctors, speak to physicians, and understand what the implications will be, and understand how these changes will affect their practices and professionals' practices. It speaks to certainly that we need to have a more comprehensive review and a more comprehensive talk about this before we rush forward with this Americanization, before we rush forward with this attack on our public system. And Madam Speaker, it is particularly concerning because this government has basically completely stopped talking to the AMA. The AMA is actually starting to sue this government over some of those discussions. And that's what's so concerning, that when the representative body of doctors in this province no longer trusts the government, then we need to put the brakes on the situation. Then we need to go to committee and say, what has gone wrong? Why has it gone wrong, and where are we going with this? So Madam Speaker, it's very clear that we need to have more discussions on this. It's very clear that the health minister has lost the trust of doctors in this province, has lost the trust of Albertans in this province, and indeed is actually accosting physicians in their own homes in this province, and Madam Speaker, and it's become very clear that we need to put the brakes on this. We need to instead have a reasonable discussion. We need to instead stop and say, what do we want our physicians to have input on?
Members wishing to speak under Standing Order 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I wish to reply to the Honourable Members from across the way. Bill 30, to be clear, it will strengthen our health system. It will improve access to our health services. It is a good bill. How do I know that? Because I'm listening to the opposition and they have terrible arguments. They revert to slandering and that's really unfortunate. Now, if you mention a group that was unfit to govern, let's talk about the previous government, shall we? And let's look at, the member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo just happens to have copies of his old notes on some things. Let's talk about some wait times that happened under the previous government. Did you know that hip replacements under your watch increased by 10 weeks? It exceeded over a year. That knee replacements were 14 weeks longer under your watch. Hip fractures.
Caution you to direct your comments through the chair.
Oh, absolutely, Madam Chair. Are you aware that the previous government really delayed a lot of surgical wait times under their watch? And it is really unfortunate because in the end, this government is doing the right thing. This is a good bill. He's providing things that are going to ensure our surgical systems are much better, and we're going to correct some of the things that the previous government did. It's really unfortunate, and I do have to comment on some of the things that a previous member made from West Henday on negotiations and how this government addresses negotiations. Again, if we look back at the previous government's conversations with pharmacists when they're negotiating with pharmacists, are we aware that, I just want to remind the members across the way what they did to the pharmacists. When the pharmacists sent their negotiation team to you locked them all out except for 2 members. And then you made those 2 members sign an agreement. And then you made them sign a non-disclosure agreement so they couldn't even tell their own members about what they just signed.
Honourable member, caution you again, just comments through the chair.
Absolutely. I guess in the end, the member from Edmonton South's amendment is misdirected, and I'm just asking members from both sides of the House not to support this amendment. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's a little bit rich for the member opposite to rise in this place and speak to healthcare when indeed Bill 30 is going to make these situations worse, right? Bill 30, we're talking about bringing in systems where it's pay to play. We're talking about bringing in systems that are American style and are not going to actually provide healthcare to Albertans on a basis of need. That's not my words, Madam Speaker. That's what Dr. Lorraine Hardcastle, a professor of law at the University of Calgary, who is an expert in healthcare policy, is saying about this bill. It's become abundantly clear that the members opposite do not understand the implications of what is going on in this bill, that they actually need to stop and refer this to committee so that we can have a more fulsome discussion, so we can bring the experts in and actually discuss the implications that are going to happen. If the members opposite cannot see the implications that are going to happen, if the members opposite cannot see through their ideological lens the implications that are going to happen and bring in this risky ideological American-style for-profit health care, then we need to put the brakes. We need to go to committee. We need to actually talk to the physicians, the 42% of physicians who are talking about leaving this province because of this government's actions, the 42% of physicians that are going to be leaving hospitals literally empty because of this government's actions, the 42% of physicians that are personally being attacked by this health minister and by this government's issues management team on social media, Madam Speaker. Those physicians actually deserve a voice at the table. If this government doesn't see that, if the members opposite don't believe that, then it's becoming a pattern, Madam Speaker. It's becoming a pattern that this government does not want to hear from Albertans, that they're barreling forward with risky ideological projects. They're barreling forward with risky Americanization, and instead of actually looking out for Albertans, which we are all trying to do in this place, instead of actually making sure we have a system that works for Albertans, Madam Speaker, what's happening is that the profitable corporations that this government's already given more than $4.7 billion away to are now going to be making money on the backs of sick and injured Albertans. This isn't patient-centered care, Madam Speaker. This is profit-centered care, and that's not what Albertans deserve.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment REF1 on the second reading of Bill 30? The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Amendment REF1 on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. As both a member of the standing committee, that is the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee, and the official opposition critic for health, I support this referral amendment. And I'd like to talk a bit about why. Now, I am familiar with what Bill 30 does. I know that the Minister of Health was disappointed earlier today in question period that he felt I hadn't been raising it. Well, I've been waiting for this opportunity and certainly look forward to having some interaction with him in Committee of the Whole, which will give us, I think, the chance for some extensive questioning, and I have a feeling we'll have many opportunities to debate this further in the House. Now, Bill 30, of course, we know it's looking to accomplish a number of things. It is, I'd say, perhaps not itself a massive bill, as the Premier noted earlier, but certainly it amending 9 different pieces of healthcare legislation, while the bill itself may be 33 pages, has wide-reaching implications. So I would indeed say this is an omnibus piece of legislation, regardless of how thick the actual bill might be. That said, so this bill, as we've been talking about quite a bit so far tonight, is looking to streamline the chartering of private for-profit surgery clinics. That's one of the main things here. It also involves the moving of the Health Quality Council of Alberta, their reporting from the entirety of the legislature to simply being under the aegis of the Minister of Health. Something that I find quite concerning and we'll speak more about at a later point in debate. It also is looking to reconfigure the regulatory colleges. So to increase that to 50% public representation, that in itself, generally public representation is a good thing. Some real concerns when it is in hands of a government that has shown it has real problems with finding proper appointments, when it tends towards cronyism, and indeed has shown such antagonism towards so many of the health professions in the province of Alberta. It also makes provisions for the Minister of Health to make it easier, it says, for him, the government would claim, for him to be able to set up alternative relationship plans with doctors. And this is where we get into more of what I want to talk about tonight, Madam Speaker, on this referral amendment and why it should go to committee. For this minister to say in any way he wants to help physicians in the province of Alberta is absolutely laughable. Having watched his performance, and indeed the performance of this entire government, since they first introduced the bill that allowed them to tear up the master agreement with physicians last fall, and up until now, has been utterly disingenuous. To suggest that anything this government is doing is to help physicians don't buy it, Madam Speaker, and neither do I. Now, within this bill, that is one of the other pieces that I do want to talk about more tonight, and that's when we're speaking of agreements, this bill gives the government the ability to enter into agreement with a private corporation, so an actual corporation, not an individual not an actual doctor who's running that corporation, okay? We're talking about a corporation with a group of shareholders, none of whom could actually be a medical professional, to enter into an agreement with them to allow them to bill directly for medical services. Now, my concern here, Madam Speaker, is because we have seen that this government seems to have a real preference for those corporations over actual individual doctors and health professionals. And there is a litany of examples and ways that we can talk about this. And it's unfortunate the low regard in which this government, indeed this premier, seems to hold physicians. Now, he's been talking quite extensively. Just to touch on this, because he's been discussing this in regards to the bill, I did want to address this here as we talk about why this bill should be referred to committee. Now, this premier, he, with a bit of a chortle and a smile, talks about physicians being the 1%. The 1%, Madam Speaker. Now, the actual data that is published under the healthcare insurance plan of the gross billings in the province of Alberta. While this minister is threatening his sunshine list, this data is already published, Madam Speaker. And it breaks it down by profession. And let's talk about family physicians, who are one of the largest bodies of physicians in the province of Alberta and who have been bearing the brunt of the impact of what can only be described, frankly, as attacks by this government, through the sweeping changes that they forced through with their physician funding framework after tearing up the master agreement with physicians in the province of Alberta. Family doctors, average gross billings, $305,542. Gross billings. From that, average cost and overhead is about 30%. That'd be $91,662, Madam Speaker. So that leaves, and by the way, those dollars are creating jobs in their communities. They are hiring people in communities across Alberta, including rural communities, creating income for commercial landlords, have agreements, contracts with other service providers in their communities. They are contributing to their local economy. But after those costs, that leaves about $213,879.40. The 1%, Madam Speaker, according to this premier, living high on the hog. From that, of course, we've got to remember none of these doctors have vacation pay. They're not paid if they take sick leave. They're not paid if they take parental leave. They have a number of other costs and other things that they have to take care of. So they are taking home even less than that. They are taking home, many of them, less than this Premier's main paid Twitter troll. The 1%, he calls them, Madam Speaker, and laughs. So let's be clear about what we're talking about when we're talking about these situations with physicians and the opportunities and the offers they want to make. And of course, many of those physicians are also paying their student loans, Madam Speaker. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars per year based on the many years of education that they put in to earn this income. Now, the 1%, now let's be clear, Madam Speaker, there are doctors who are amongst that 1%. There are doctors who are very well remunerated in this province, in some aspects of it. Then many of them are going to be the ones who are running the kinds of private surgery clinics which this government wants to invest more in. And indeed, I would dare say many of them are probably the ones who actually have the ear, shall we say, of this government behind the scenes and in the closed rooms. That is your 1%. Not the family doctors who are being ground under the heel of this government. Now, speaking of corporate care, what have we seen with this government in terms of how they have approached the remuneration of physicians in the midst of a global pandemic? Here's one example. In the midst of a global pandemic, Albertans are anxious about protecting their health, and doctors are making heroic efforts to adapt their offices and their practices to be able to continue to practice and be there for their patients to ensure they still have access to care and supports. What did this government do to help? Did they follow the lead of other provinces and quickly move to support those family doctors in their communities with proper billing codes to be able to provide virtual care? No. What they did was they launched a partnership with a massive corporation, with TELUS, to offer virtual walk-in clinic care in direct competition with Alberta's actual family doctors. Access to doctors that patients had never met before, who weren't even necessarily located in Alberta, and the agreement, Madam Speaker, that they signed with TELUS, the kinds of agreements they want to expand the ability to create, paid TELUS twice the amount per visit than they were paying to actual Alberta family doctors in their communities, who pay commercial landlords and hire Albertans as staff to provide virtual care to the patients they've been serving for years. Because this government is more interested in large corporations than it is in actual individual family doctors who, yes, do incorporate, Madam Speaker. But there is a difference between the individual family doctor who has a corporation and a corporation like TELUS, who has also bought a set of clinics, actually across Alberta, some rather nice and swanky ones that have some membership fees and all sorts of private stuff. There is a difference between these two. And for the Minister of Health to earlier get up and talk about, well, gee, you obviously don't support private care, there is obviously some gradations and nuance here of which this government is willingly oblivious. And indeed, they aren't content with just that. Now they've also contracted, it seems, with Rocket Doctor, a telehealth consultation company in Ontario. They remember how often we heard government members complain about companies being hired from Ontario to come and install light bulbs. Well, they're perfectly happy to send money to an Ontario company to look after Albertans' health, rather than actually supporting Alberta doctors to do that work. So here is my concern, and this is what we are talking about, Madam Speaker, when we talk about increasing corporate care. When we talk about the impacts of this government's decision-making, in that we are seeing, I just saw a tweet today, Madam Speaker, the family doctor, Dr. Carly Crew, who was recognized as the best family doctor in the province of Alberta, one of the sundry doctors, Madam Speaker, who were driven to withdraw their hospital services because of sweeping changes forced through by this government, made it financially unviable for them to continue to offer the hospital services and continue to run their clinic, one of the most respected rural clinics and training centers in the province of Alberta. You know where Dr. Crew is now? She is working in the Northwest Territories because she needed to take a break from the constant attacks, chaos caused by this government. So when we talk about our concern about increasing privatization in this system, this is what I am talking about, Madam Speaker. That this is a government that seems to be obsessed with depersonalizing care in the province of Alberta. They would rather listen to business people and corporate shareholders than the people who actually provide care to Albertans. So they can talk about how they want to improve the system, but their actions, Madam Speaker, show that they are utterly disingenuous about that. Cherry-picking statistics, misrepresenting every aspect of their so-called negotiations with physicians in the province of Alberta. You know, when they are talking about these corporations that they want to be able to sign agreements with to provide medical services, you know what, Madam Speaker? Those corporations will get binding agreements. Those corporations do not get agreements that can be torn up simply at the whim of the healthcare minister. I'm pretty sure those agreements aren't going to come with the caveat that the minister can simply announce a brand new healthcare bulletin that's going to change the rates because he feels like it. Because this government respects corporate shareholders more than it does actual doctors. It will provide them with surety. Individuals who are going to be far closer to the 1% that this premier chooses to mock doctors with. Because they are of more value and worthy of more respect to this premier, this minister, this government, than the actual family doctors who have worked to build their clinics, to serve their communities, to bring services to their town. Because as we've said, they're not content to just simply give that $4.7 billion corporate giveaway. They want them to be able to make profit off of Albertans' health as well. So that's the first of my concerns with this bill, Madam Speaker, and why I think it needs to be referred. And I look forward to the opportunity to debate much, much more on this bill. And indeed, get into the details of the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative on which this government is basing its plan and the issues that were there, and see if this government has made plans to make sure we don't fall into the same pitfalls or those of the Health Resources Clinic in Calgary, or any of the many other failed ideological experiments that we have seen from Conservatives, because this goes back a long ways in Alberta, Madam Speaker. It is deja vu. And I look forward to the opportunity to continue this debate and to continue to look at those concerns.
Member Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member from Edmonton Centre is always a compelling speaker in this place. And I wanted to just entreat him to maybe highlight what the second issue was going to be, because he's left us hanging. And the first issue that he flagged is so concerning to me that I may not be able to sleep tonight without maybe a hint of what his second concern will be, if the member would be so kind.
Sleep is very important. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Certainly. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to continue on debate and perhaps talk a little bit about what some of the other concerns are that are going to be coming up in regards to. Actually, I think probably one of the next things I'll talk about will probably be the private surgical facilities. But I do just want to take a moment to note another thing here. While we are talking about family physicians and corporations, An interesting thing occurred to me, Madam Speaker. This Minister of Health is very fond of standing and talking about the wonderful job he did on April 24th of trying to clean up a small amount of the mess he made as he was under pressure from his members of his own caucus for the damage he was doing to health care in their actual areas as their doctors were preparing to leave. And he likes to brag about how he removed the cap on the rural remote northern program. Now, an interesting thing there, Madam Speaker. There used to be two components to that program. There was the flat fee that was paid to an actual physician living in and working in the community. And then there was the top-up amount, so a percentage amount that's added on for anyone who's billing for a service provided in that community. Now, for many rural communities, that flat fee disappeared. But the minister raised the cap on the variable fee. And so I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, and perhaps I can clarify if this is not the case, I would be happy to hear it, but it appears to me that a corporation that sets up and perhaps sets up a set of franchise clinics across a few different rural areas will all of a sudden be able to charge that variable fee on every service that one of their employed doctors provides. And by removing the cap, the interesting thing is many doctors that lost the flat fee reached out and said to me, you know what, I don't bill enough that I'll actually be able to take any advantage of the increase in the variable. I will never hit that cap. You know who might, Madam Speaker? A corporation that has multiple doctors working for them on salary and can suddenly make additional money because the minister raised the cap, perhaps knowing in advance that he was going to be bringing forward Bill 30. Because as we've seen, again, this government is not interested in helping actual individual physicians or even small clinics. This is a government that likes big corporations. So yet this is yet another example where this government takes every opportunity to undermine, even as they smear and attack and criticize and misrepresent our community physicians, who again are far from the 1%, unlike many of this Premier's more favored corporate friends and allies. But in fact are the individuals who are building communities, who are the heart of their communities, and unfortunately who we are now seeing driven out of province, even as the Minister of Health tries now to work with the CPSA to build himself a nice hook to be able to try to pull them back. This is why Bill 30, for all the pretty words and all the claims that this government brings forward, fundamentally, I do not trust them in their intention. I do not trust that this will be the last step on that road to greater corporatization, to greater privatization, to aspiring to that lofty goal that previous conservative governments have chased after, like the lost city of gold. But what goes around comes around, and it seems every once in a while they've got to take another swing at that brass ring. This government claims, as the Premier signed on his giant chloroplast sign, that they only intend to ever protect health care.
Any other members wishing to join debate on the referral amendment? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening to join in the debate on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, speaking to REF 1, a referral that would have the bill not be read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. And Madam Speaker, as a member of the Public Health Act Review Committee, as well as an MLA representing my constituents in Millwoods and the Grey Nuns Community Hospital, that is in the heart of my community, I rise to speak in support of this referral amendment because although this is my first opportunity to join in the debate, Having reviewed the legislation, which amends 9 pieces of legislation this Act does, having contacted and talked to constituents in the healthcare field, and having heard the debate from my colleagues, I have significant concerns around Bill 30 that I think could be appropriately addressed at the Select Public Health Act Review Committee, where we would have the opportunity to hear from experts and to examine more closely some of the issues within this Bill 30. Now, I would like to acknowledge that we are currently in the middle of a pandemic, and our healthcare professionals are very, very occupied at the moment, making sure that Albertans, our families, our communities, our neighbors are able to be kept safe and that are receiving the care and treatment that they need when they are not, whether it is COVID-related or elsewise. And I want to take a moment to just say thank you to all of the healthcare professionals and all of our frontline responders who are currently working in the middle of this emergent health situation. And I would like to acknowledge that given it is a pandemic, I think that Albertans in general and healthcare professionals specifically have less capacity to be able to tune into the debate that is happening here tonight at nearly 12:30 in the morning, as well as capacity to follow the coverage and to be able to assess what this may mean for them and their own health professions. And so the timing of this legislation during a public health crisis is certainly of concern to me. But by moving this discussion into the committee setting, not only would we be able to have guests attend, we would also have that more time to be able to review the legislation, to hear from people in a socially distanced way, because we're now able to use Skype to have people in to our committee meetings, which I think has been working very well as long as people unmute themselves. And so I think we can apply that to the process of Bill 30 debate. Now, given this is my first time to speak to this, I want to start with some fundamentals. I think this pandemic in dealing with COVID-19 has, for me and for many Albertans, just reaffirmed the need for a strong, responsive public health system in order to respond to situations like this. And we've seen Albertans do very well, and we've seen our healthcare system do well so far. We need to continue to support them. But I'm very concerned about increasing levels of privatization, as we've heard through the debate about this particular piece of legislation. I would also like to note that specifically today, while we are debating Bill 30 this evening, today was the day that the AMA, the Alberta Medical Association, who is the representative of doctors in our province, launched a full ad campaign and put ads in newspapers, which the campaign name actually holds a special meaning for many people in this chamber, because it's titled "Take Yes for an Answer," which the Minister of Transportation is not here, but I have heard him use that phrase. Oh, I apologize. I apologize and withdraw. I did not intend. Rather to point out an anecdote of something I've heard in this chamber a number of times, which is "Take yes for an answer." And this is pertinent to the debate on Bill 30 and this particular referral amendment, because our healthcare professionals and the doctors, I think, have a very important role to play in discussions about our healthcare system. And they are currently feeling like they are battling on multiple fronts. And I've heard this directly from doctors within my own circle, and certainly through my constituency office with the high level of correspondence that the Edmonton Millwoods constituency office has been getting on this issue. Specifically centered around the AMA is currently in a lawsuit with this government as a result of of legislation that was passed that allowed the government to cancel, or as the doctors have framed it, tear up their master agreement. And that was kind of the starting position of this government. Since then, there have been a number of changes to billing practices and structures that have resulted in cuts to many physicians. I understand some specialty physicians have had significant cuts to their income right now, as well as trying to, and so today was the day that the AMA put an ad campaign in, kind of outlining the relationship between AMA and the government of Alberta since the beginning. But today was also the day that we found out that the Minister of Health has sent a letter to the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta, essentially trying to coerce doctors to practice against their will and not be able to leave. Now, this was the result, likely, because based off of the government's actions to doctors in the face of a pandemic, 42% of Alberta doctors are considering leaving the province, based off of a recent survey. And anecdotally, based on the correspondence I get to my constituency office, that seems accurate. That seems like a believable figure at the moment. There's been a lot of stress and conflict. And I think that these issues and others are ones that we would be able to look into more fulsomely at the Public Health Act Review Committee. And so I want to thank the member from Edmonton South for moving this amendment, because I think it is the right thing for us to do at this point, to be able to truly look at what Bill 30 is doing. From my initial readings, Bill 30 appears to be increasing levels of privatization and private for-profit care delivery. I have strong concerns with that because academic evidence, experiences in other jurisdictions have shown that for-profit surgical delivery is more expensive. And I won't get into details right now, Madam Speaker, because I imagine we'll have other opportunities through debate. But those and other issues are extremely concerning for me. I would also like to share my concern just around the government changing the way that it makes agreements with doctors, the opportunity for doctors to essentially get employed by non-physician corporations, which something the Minister of Health said earlier caught my ear, because as he was talking, he said, and this is almost a direct quote, doctors are independent businesses. They didn't want to be employees when public health care was first being delivered. And he was saying this as part of a larger argument, but it's interesting to me that Bill 30 would make doctors employees. And he was responding to something else. He acknowledged that setting up as professional corporations was how doctors wanted to originally be set up. And yet now he says that in this House, and then Bill 30 implements that ability for non-physician corporations to be able to employ doctors. And I share some of the concerns that the member from Edmonton Centre was sharing about what that means for our public healthcare system. Overall, given that we are seeing the AMA has filed a lawsuit and taken out full-page ads saying take yes for an answer, pleading with this government to come back to the negotiating table. We have this large, changing 9 pieces of legislation, Bill 30, including such measures as changing who the Health Quality Council of Alberta reports to, so that it's no longer the legislature or the public, but only directly to the minister, which in my mind seems to introduce an issue of transparency and accountability. There's a reason so many things come through this chamber where all 87 of us have been duly elected by the public and entrusted with the responsibility to review these things and to make recommendations. The reconfiguration of different regulatory colleges and the appointment process is something I'd like to have the opportunity to better understand and discuss. And that opportunity would be afforded at the committee. And so I've touched on a few of the initial concerns that I share and reasons why I would support referral amendment 1. And I would encourage all honorable members in this House to seriously consider using our Public Health Act Review Committee to be able to also take a look at the issues contained within Bill 30, to hear presentations from the professionals, to hear presentations from the ministry staff who've been working on these issues, and to allow us more time to be able to debate and discuss. I look forward to further opportunities to discuss more details about the bill itself and to hear from other honorable members as we join into this debate further. But for now, I would like to move that we adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all members of the Chamber for their hard work tonight. First of all, as per Standing Order 3.1.2, I will notify the House there will be no morning sitting tomorrow. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will move that we adjourn the House until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. House stands adjourned till 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.